here we come. The red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, oh, oh. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come, here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
We have plowed and we have planted, we have gathered into barns, done the same work as the men, with babies in our arms. But you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our cry. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirit never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We are teachers, we are doctors, we are cooks and engineers, letter carriers, truck drivers, conductors and cashiers. We operate machinery, we fly the airplanes, and we help to build our unions. We got struggle in our veins. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. I'm so proud just knowing we were there. We were there. We were there in the mines. Yes, came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line. We raised our voices loud. Proud just knowing we were there. And our struggle keeps on growing. I'm so proud just knowing we were there.
Riverboat Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube and swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Jack, Riverboat Jack. Twitching YouTubers, swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. River Jack, 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 River Jack.
Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? Happy Monday, everybody. I know, it's maybe not the mental happy place you had all envisioned and hoped for on this particular day, and yet here we are. Hello, everybody. Also, just special shout out to Not Smirt for gifting 7 tier 1 subs far before I was live, saying no clue if you're streaming or not, but I want to share my joy of the US national soccer team losing 1-4 against Belgium regardless. Thank you very much for supporting the show. Hello, everybody. Hello, One-Eyed Weirdo. Hello, Heather Black. Hello, Bard Clay. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello. How we doing, folks? Hello, Almighty Diplodocus. I probably didn't say that right. Hello, Quinn Decker. Hello, Algo Schism. Hello, Jenny Ah. Hello, Black Rose PCS. Hello, Erica. Hello, White Knight. Hello, Clueless. Hello, Terran Ambassador. Hello, Zaron Joy. Hello, Crossroads Witch. Hello, Rhyme Jack. Hello, Rasby. Hello, Quiet Panic. Hello, Rondo. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, a Clark Vibe. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Gay Fash. Hello, 9-inch Toenails. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello, Kiva and Defer. Hello, Polka.com. Hello, Begrackled. Hello, Kermit Thorson. Hello, Ladzia. Hello, Seth Panfill. Hello, Lizabeth. Hello, William Mattis. Hello, Osimo. Hello, Pillow Willow. Hello, Reeps. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Ruthie. Hello, Weenifer. Hello, Beefy McSteak. Hello, Celeste Player 1. Hello, Disthrun. Hello, Jordan L. Hello, Queer Devil 666. Hello, Drew Pruitt. Hello, Kane Dog Lover. Hello, Luna the Pagan. Hello, Lily Loves Stuff, and thank you for the $5 dodo.
I was white, had to fix it.
In the form of a tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. Hello, Nathan Yu. Hello, Brittany Sitney. Hello, Lily Illy. Hello, Brassman. Hello, how we doing, Evan Smith? Hello, Damned Sputnik. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees.
What? Dems can't have problematic candidates. As a treat. Typical liberal gatekeeping in action, folks. Feels chud, man.
It does feel chud, man. Indeed. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Hello, Dublin X2. Hello, Lee Kestner. Hello, everyone. Hello, C. Thaddeus. Hello, Good Hunter. Hello, Kaiju Shark. Hello, Technogal. Hello, Default X. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, This One. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Von 400. Hello, Small Frog. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Faulty Soup. Hello, how we doing, Sweet Blasphemy? Hello, everybody. Hello, Matt at the Yahoo. Hello. I know, I'm getting started so late. I do apologize for that, folks. And just as a reminder, if you find yourself in vertical chat, you can, of course, find your way over to horizontal chat. There are just 2 different streams over on the YouTube, folks. Hello, Bizbee. Oof. Hello, Valethia. Hello, welcome. Good Hunter, I really thought he was the one for Maine. How are you doing though? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I made butter chicken for dinner. It was delicious. Kaiju Shark, absolutely. This is like this is what got me off of soda. You know? I don't understand this. So many streamers keep talking about vertical chat and horizontal chat. What is that? Vertical chat, there's a vertical version of the stream that is broadcast simultaneously in kind of like the TikTok format. So instead of having, like, you wouldn't be able to see my hands necessarily. Actually, you can see my hands. This is a stupid example because of the way I set my my vertical stream up. But you know, it's like the when you hold your phone like this, it's the this one. So there's one stream where you can watch like this, and another stream where you can watch like this.
Happy fucking anniversary.
It's a TikTok thing, not on YouTube. It is on YouTube. YouTube also has short, like live short feeds now. This goes to that version of YouTube. It's stupid. It's stupid and silly, and yet we do get a lot of extra views from it. So it goes into a different. Long and short of it, it goes into a different algorithmic feed. Plant, thank you for being a member, and Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Okay, yeah, but it does it is like this though. Yeah. You post no lies. All right. I'm depressed. Can I have a plate of chimkin? No, because the butter chicken I make is so good. I can't just give it away. My partner will throttle me in my sleep. I kid. My partner would never do that. But my partner might consider it though. My butter chicken is very good. All right.
Can't wait for the news to drop. I'm watching Wikipedia for McKinley's page for the change from is to was.
Yeah, it is a day for political change, I suppose. All right, guys, you ready to jump into the news of the day? I'm not throwing it on the back end of the show like I sometimes do. All right. Also, folks, as a heads up, I'll actually, you know what? So, folks, we got to talk about Graham Platner. We got to do it.
My
We gotta
sister
do
makes butter chicken pizza sometimes. And asterisk asterisk asterisk
Okay, but butter chicken
asterisk,
pizza
asterisk,
is so
asterisk,
fucking good,
asterisk,
though.
asterisk asterisk is so good. Like just
Wait, what?
1000 tenths.
Wait, text-to-speech has gotten better so that it can detect a fuck.
What about Penrose triangle chat?
Look, we don't talk about triangle chat. We don't talk about that. Also, Paladin, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate you over on Twitch. And also the Finn Rainbow, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate y'all. And let's give this another shot. So, folks, we got to talk about Graham Platner. And I think this might be one of the final times we talk about Graham Platner. Because a new set of allegations came out, and it's pretty damning. It's pretty damning. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we'll get into kind of the nitty-gritty of all this, but suffice to say, we're going to be talking about sexual assault. We're going to be talking about uh, rape. We're going to be talking about all that jazz. And this is my, upfront acknowledgement that that's going to play a part in this discussion. And if that is not for you, then by all means, you can hop on out of this. But if you are just watching this to know what my position is, I think that he needs to drop out ASAP. Like, I don't think there's anything that he can necessarily produce that would save his campaign at this point. And I don't think there's anything that he could produce that would clear his name. So, with all of that being said, let's dive into it. All right. So, a lot of this story comes out today, courtesy of Politico. Right? They ran this piece. Exclusive: woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her. And as many people know, like, sexual assault can take many forms. This is straight up rape. Like, it's just kind of one of the most straightforward manifestations of that concept. And I have gone through and read this already, so I'll try and give you guys the important details here. 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rassicott detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Now, it's important to note before we go further that Jenny Rassicott was also interviewed by the New York Times for the piece about Graham Platner's exes and his relationships with them. And so that, very much keep in mind, she's already come forward, and this is more just Politico's reporters managed to connect with her in such a way, and she felt comfortable telling them the story. So she is corroborated by her own interviews. She is corroborated also by a man that she dated around the same time. And she is also corroborated by her therapist, right? And so a lot of this is, I mean, it's not great, right? This all relates to her final interaction with Graham Platner back in 2021, right? So they'd had an on again, off again relationship for more than 2 years, and one night in 2021, he entered her home uninvited in rural Maine, and while deeply intoxicated, forced himself upon her. That is her allegation. She told him repeatedly no, and he refused to listen. And after the rape finished, she didn't feel safe kicking him out of her home, and also felt like he might be a danger to others if she did so. And like, it's this one is, I know that a lot of people on the previous set of allegations really came down hard, myself included, on the fact that one of the women who was making some of the most damning allegations was a Republican operative, right? And this is not the case in this particular circumstance, because Jenny Rassicott has specifically said that part of the reason she went back and forth about coming forward with her story was specifically because she agrees with a lot of the policies that Graham Platner is pushing. And it's, I mean, it is a terrible situation all around. And the Platner campaign, for their part, does deny that anything non-consensual happened. However, given the level of corroboration on this story, um, there's really only like one aspect where, you know, I'm reading her account and I get a little bit of a red flag, which is that um, in the effort in the process of corroborating this story, Politico was not able to look at the messages from that time where between her and Platner, because she apparently deleted them at some point. This by itself, I don't find invalidating for her allegation. Um, and I mean, frankly, I don't see what could be produced in order to like in order to set things right here. Like it does seem like they got him, you know. And I can't in good conscience like sit here and be like, yeah, guys, go vote for the alleged rapist, right? Um, and I'm not going to do that. Like I'm not going to do that. This is I mean it's bad, but also, guys, this isn't going to go away. Like this isn't going to be a flash in the pan kind of story. And you know, I've been reading through the New York Times. They have a live coverage of kind of the political fallout of this. And like I do think this in particular is a decent summary of where a lot of people in Maine are with this right now. In Ellsworth, Maine, Platner's campaign headquarters is closed for the evening. In town, few residents seem to have heard about the latest controversy. Derry Wilson, 62, said he had only seen a mention about it on Facebook, an independent voter. He supports Platner. I'd rather have him in there than Susan Collins, he said. And like, I like there is a problem here, which is that in my ideal world, Graham Platner drops out immediately and endorses the most progressive person who is, you know, in proximity to this office, right? Like that would be what would happen in my ideal world. However, the Platner campaign hasn't yet announced that he's going to drop out. And instead, what they seem to be doing right now is entering into a process of negotiations with the Democratic Party and around the terms of him dropping out of the race. And it's very like, guys, essentially what is happening right now in real time, I would be shocked if the potential candidates in Maine slept at all tonight, because what's happening right now is that in addition to all of these allegations, there is a ton of insider baseball being played to determine if Graham Platner does drop out, like who's going to like take his place. And I like we'll don't worry, in the course of this segment we will get to that. I'm just trying to, you know, talk about everything that's going on right now. It could be by the end of me talking about this, the political landscape is very different in Maine. You know, I've been seeing people saying that like, oh, Heather Cox Richardson is gonna like try and throw her hat in the ring, like maybe Troy, is it Troy Johnson? I know, or Troy Jackson, and like Andrea LaFlamme or LaFlame. There are a whole bunch of folks who are like potentially bandying about their bona fides. It's it is a very fluid situation right now. Right? And the issue is that even as we are right now, according to the New York Times, as of 7:52 p.m. Eastern Time, Graham Platner has not made a decision on whether to drop out, according to a person familiar with the campaign's internal discussions, who added there was no guarantee he would drop out, even as Democrats abandoned his campaign on Monday. If he was to step down, it would only be a guarantee of being replaced by a candidate who he believes is true to the values and vision and policy agenda of the campaign that Maine voted for, said the person who was granted anonymity because they were not authorized to speak about the discussions publicly. Which is to say, again, it seems like what is happening right now is a negotiation to secure a kind of progressive power exchange. But like, there is a real distinct possibility, because a lot of folks in Maine are not necessarily plugged into the same political calculus as you and I might be. There is a distinct possibility that maybe he doesn't drop out. And like, it's an entire shit show. It's an entire shit show. I'm sure that part of it is that he doesn't want to hand off power back to like the state party of Maine and then have Janet Mills just like slotted in there, which would also, worth noting, be, I think, a kiss of death to, any like Janet Mills campaign in particular. But it is an insane situation that is playing out. I do think that he is going to drop out, though, because earlier tonight, several hours after the Politico piece dropped, this piece from CNN, an interview between Jake Tapper and Jenny Rassicot, dropped, and worth taking a look at here.
This has obviously been very difficult for you to talk about for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And even when you're telling the story, you don't use the word.
Yeah.
So let me just be, and I apologize, let me be as direct as I can. Did Graham Platner rape you?
By definition, yes. Absolutely.
Because he had non-consensual sex with you?
Yeah.
Forced himself on you?
Mm-hmm.
Even after you had told him no and fought him off?
Yeah. He violated multiple layers of consent that night by coming into my home when I asked him not to, and by advancing on me when I told him not to, and furthermore, another incident that I had told him not to do. And
with protection.
Yeah. So, yeah. By the way that my nervous system reacted to this experience, absolutely.
There are going to be Democrats who say, I believe you, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because we need a progressive voice in the United States Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be okay with that? Are you going to be able to handle that? I'm not saying it's the right answer or the right response. But
No, I have friends who feel that way. And that's been a hard pill to swallow. And I guess I need to not ask, potentially. Maybe I need to not ask in order to not care what they do. I understand. I understand that the state of our political environment is so much so that we need a lot of change. And he's offering that change. And, I'm not mad at anyone who has voted for him all along. If he wasn't who he was, I would be voting for him as well. And going forward, I don't know what's going to happen.
There's something you said that I just want to find out more about.
It is very clear to me in this exchange that she's not coming at this from a place of partisan. She is very deliberate in making sure that people know she is not here to like pursue a political vendetta. Like this is a legitimate accusation. This is 100% going to stick. And part of the problem is, and one of the reasons, just the cold political calculus of it, is that if Graham Platner does go ahead and try to push forward with this campaign, which he should not do, they are like mainstream Democrats, the Republican establishment, they will make clips from this interview. They will make it a thing that will be on television 24/7. You know? And like this poor lady. This poor lady. Yeah, this sucks. In every conceivable way. And she even acknowledges that it sucks. It's like, yeah, some people do think that we need big political change, and like they're not wrong. Like she's like, if it wasn't this specific man, it is a tough pill. Also, Jake Tapper does suck, and he is creeping me out in this interview.
You say he was forcing himself on you. It was getting violent. You were pushing him off. You were kicking him off. Needles and sewing equipment was falling all over. And
yet, this is another aspect which I didn't talk about. Her account has incidental details in it, like about an antique sewing needle case that got knocked over, and that adds to the veracity of the claim, the allegation.
Walk us through the process where you decided that the safest thing you could do was just let him rape you.
Yeah, I had never been in that situation before, and I remember it being an instant where I had recognized that he wasn't listening to me. It wasn't just that he wasn't hearing me.
Yeah.
Why does Jake Tapper constantly exude, "So you're politically available" vibes?
Well, because we all know that Jake Tapper is coming at this from a politically charged position, right? Like he's coming here because he's always wanted to destroy the progressive movement writ large, right? Like you can even see it in the framing of his questions to her, and in a desire to kind of make it about more than just Graham Platner being piece of shit. All progressives are like this. You can see it in his framing, and it's gross to see it in this particular interaction, especially.
Whatnot. And then I recognized his level of intoxication, and I knew I was safe. And I don't think I was safe to physically fight back. He's big, he's strong.
All those people telling trans and people of color not to be critical of him are eating crow.
And to be completely fair, I was somebody who was pretty positive on Platner, and I wanted to think the best of him, and I was wrong. I was wrong. And that really sucks. But I will also say that this is the end of that.
And I just had to evaluate my safety and come up with the least worst outcome to the situation. And so I felt...
I also think that there was a difference between being critical of him, which I certainly was, but there's a difference between being critical and then, oh, this guy's actually a rapist. Oh, okay. alleged rapist.
Like, complying for my safety was the least worst option.
But that's not consenting.
No, complying is not consenting.
Complying is letting him rape you.
Is getting it over with.
Jesus.
So that he didn't hurt you even more?
I don't know what this person is capable of. I don't think anybody does. And even people you know
The tattoo
for
in
years.
Blackwater should have been enough to warn folks this guy was Zeus and likely had more skeletons in the closet. People were too desperate and overlooked what they shouldn't have.
Well, the other thing is that the fact that he was rough cut is in Maine a plus. Like the fact that like a lot of people in Maine, especially the heavy independent contingent, are problematic as hell, and to an extent they kind of know that. And someone like Platner essentially comes in and they like him. They see a kindred spirit. But he's talking about the kind of political change that they need. And so, like, a certain level of sus was, I think, kind of acceptable when it came to Graham Platner. But there's a difference between being sus and having, like, plausible deniability that, hey, maybe you are just kind of like a moron. But, a moron like us. It could be, like, one of those things. I know, for example, I came from a fundamentalist Christian conservative background. My dad, I've talked about this a lot. My dad wasn't allowed to dance because dancing was sinful, didn't believe in evolution, all that jazz. And I did unlearn a lot of shit. I had to unlearn a lot of shit, and it took me a lot of time. But I empathize with the position of, at one point in my life, being a dipshit. And the issue is this is
why
too much.
we need robust primaries. If Schumer and other party bosses hadn't smothered potential candidates for Mills, we could have had more options beyond one guy headstrong enough to run anyway.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Where we're at now.
A+? Turned out not to be, though. I know many non-white lefties, ESP Arab ones, were put off by the enthusiasm for Platner.
But you're mistaking what I'm saying, which is that the demographic of Maine is overwhelmingly white and primarily problematic non-lefty whites. So, like, when I'm talking about the demographic support in Maine, I'm talking about the fact that, like, a lot of these are white guys who are kind of fucked up from, being on the ocean with their mistress, the sea, and also, going and serving in combat. Like, there's a lot of folks like that. And so that was going to resonate with a lot of people. I'm not saying that it is a good thing, but, like, there's a reason he was doing so well. And it wasn't just because of his policy positions, though those helped a lot. It's because a lot of Mainers feel like kind of like the broken and forgotten people who are, like, kind of fucked up. And they know that they're kind of fucked up, but they're doing their best. And that's kind of the tone that Platner hit throughout all of his campaigning. And I'm not saying that that's right. I'm just pointing out that that's what happened. And so when I'm trying to talk about this, I'm trying to paint it through how the electorate of Maine reacts to this. And it's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit worried about the fact that I don't know that he's going to drop out, because he might just bank on that strong independent contingent to just not give a shit about this entire thing. And that would be terrible. This has the potential to be a complete disaster. And that's before we even start talking about the fact that any potential replacement for Platner is also going to have a bunch of skeletons in their closet. And we aren't going to know what they are until it's way too late for us to do anything about it. But in this particular case, we do know enough, and we can actually get somebody else in who might be better. And I think we should, you know? Like, it's... How do I do? Nazi tattoo rapist skeletons? Well, probably not both of those skeletons, but, you know, I've heard rumors to the effect that some of the other candidates in, like, the jockeying for, you know, Platner's position might have skeletons along these particular kinds of lines. If I don't, like, I've heard those rumors. And so yeah, some of these people are going to have some shit in their closet, and they're frankly they're going to be weaker contenders because they weren't even able to beat Platner in the first place. So they're probably going to be taken down by their personal skeletons a lot faster than Platner was. So the only point I'm trying to say here is that this is going to be a huge fucking mess no matter how you cut it. You know? No matter how you cut it, like, if Platner drops out, it's a huge fucking mess. If Platner stays in, it becomes an even bigger fucking mess. And so all that being said, it's deeply frustrating, and I deeply empathize with folks who are angry and upset and sad. Gila Monster, the primary already happened. The primary in Maine happened, and Platner won. He is the Democratic nominee in Maine. Now, there is one thing. He has until July 13th to drop out of the race. And if he does so, the state party will have until July 27th to pick his replacement. Progressive Victory claimed Troy Jackson threw a bottle at a woman, but then had to correct because he actually threw the bottle on the ground, yelling at another lawmaker over the phone for lying, according to a source. Yeah, look, but my point isn't about, like, any one candidate. My point is a lot of folks, like, we've heard a lot about Graham Platner. We have not heard a lot about Andrea LaFlame. We haven't heard a whole lot about Troy Jackson. We haven't heard a lot about oh god, what's the third one? Nirav Shah. You know, like, and what I'm trying to say is that there are, because we are now experiencing an informal, chaotic primary that is going to be concentrated into a matter of hours to days, you're gonna start seeing people, like, shanking each other. Like, this is when politics gets nasty, you know? This is when politics gets really fucking nasty. Because this is where people are calling in their political favors. This is where they are dumping their compromat. This is where they are fighting like hell, because whoever gets Platner's position, you know, potentially with his endorsement, you know, for however much good that will do at this point, will inherit a pretty big movement within Maine. And that's a really big deal. More bloody than Caesar? Look, I mean, people are fucking freaking out, okay? People are freaking out. And not for nothing, like, this seat was the linchpin for Democrats being able to retake control of both the House and the Senate. And with all this coming out, that basically, you know, unless this turns around very, very quickly for some charismatic progressive force in Maine politics, like, it has the potential to, like, lose the entire shebang, you know? that being said, let's finish this CNN interview here.
Just you don't know the depths of what they're capable of, and
you were afraid for your safety.
Yeah, I was afraid for my safety.
Beyond, not that rape isn't a horrific thing, but beyond
rape.
I
didn't want to find out how unsafe I could get that night, or how harmed I could be that night.
I know this is probably one of the toughest things you've had to do in your life, so I just want to thank you for trusting us and sitting down with us.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys being here to do this and to help share these stories very kindly and delicately.
Again, Graham.
Yeah. So, all of that being said, this is a huge and colossal shit show right now. And worth noting that Graham Platner did put out a video. I think it makes him look worse, if I'm being completely honest, but I feel like in the spirit of fairness, we should also hear his side, such as it is.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I have been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You have welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable. This movement we have built, the largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics, the hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors, and the supporters across the ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign, and they remain my goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject a broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated, and we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation.
Yeah, so number one, I feel like that video is pretty damning on its own. And number two, yeah, it doesn't indicate to me whether or not he's going to stay in the race or drop out. And I do think that from what I'm seeing just in machinations behind the scenes, there are negotiations going forward between himself and the Democratic Party in order to basically secure a progressive, you know, a progressive successor, you know? And I just gotta say, this is gonna be messy as fuck. It's gonna be messy as hell. And like, that's not even touching on the fact that like, I think that there is going to be a very much an uphill fight to unseat Collins, especially now, whether he stays or goes. Like it's gonna be bad. Oh yeah, to be 100% fair, Brett Gammons is correct. Like, there's nothing about Rassicot's, allegations and the corroboration thereof that indicate to me there's any kind of like conspiracy or any kind of like suspiciousness about the timing of any of this. Like, it all lines up pretty logically, and it's devastating, to say the least. I'm so pissed off that he decided to run despite this. And this might be one of the more disturbing parts about this, but they're given just taking Jenny Rassicot's allegation at face value, there is a possibility that he just genuinely does not remember this entire encounter. Because in her description to Politico, she describes him as potentially being blackout drunk. And it might be one of those, and she cut off contact after that interaction. And it might very well be that he does not remember this. And like, which again, I'm not saying that gets him off the hook by any means, but like, it is also one of the things where it could be that like, that he didn't think that there was this skeleton in his closet. Which again, I think, like, I'm not going to say it's better or worse. I'm just going to say it's a different kind of bad. That's still incredibly, incredibly awful, you know? Um, like, it adds a further shade of awfulness to all of this. But her timing and some of the corroborations would arise suspicions in people. I mean, it's not suspicious. This is actually journalists doing what journalists are supposed to do, right? It's been a few weeks since the New York Times piece, and in the Politico interview, Jenny Rassicot talks about how part of what convinced her to come forward with this was the fact that she had shared part of her story to the New York Times, and people just seemed to gloss over it and fixate on the one of the other women who was a political operative for the GOP. And so she wanted to come forward with more of her story. And like, I don't think that that's particularly suspicious. I don't think that's suspicious at all. I think that's a pretty human reaction. And I think that like, she was put in an impossible decision, and she made the decision that she feels the best about, and I believe her. And so obviously I think the timing from these outlets is, to maximize pain, but it's also worth noting that this could have been worse. And what I say is that specifically, there are uh, there are people whispering behind the scenes that Republicans were really, really hoping for him to stay in past the dropout deadline so that they could, basically have him dead to rights on this. So, all that being said, Graham Platner has basically spent the last, I would say, 6 or 7 hours uh, losing every early endorser he had, every organization that fell in line behind him, the different money coffers that were open to him as the Democratic nominee have been closed. And like, this is, if he does stay in, it's basically going to be as an independent. And I think a lot of people are going to jump ship at this point who work for his campaign. So I think that what we're seeing is an attempt to, as Paladin points out, managing his exit. And that begs the question, who on earth is going to attempt to step into his shoes? Who's going to step into his shoes? Newsweek put together 9 possible contenders here. Let's just take a quick look. So the number one name I've been seeing thrown around is Troy Jackson. He's the former Maine Senate president, and he won the governor's race. Like he's got some bona fides here, and has been supportive of Platner and Bernie Sanders. So like there is a possibility here that Jackson could step in. He's well known. I believe he's fairly well liked in Maine, which could make him a unproblematic pick. There's also the fact that in a potential polling matchup against Susan Collins, he has a 5-point lead. So that could potentially be okay. He was also endorsed by the DSA. I mean, that's always a good thing. So Troy Jackson is one of the leading contenders here. Another one is Nirav Shah, who worked for the Centers of Disease Control, or the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and is more in line with a Janet Mills type. And like he wouldn't be a terrible choice. I don't think he has the I don't think he has the likability necessarily to succeed in Maine. But that's me. I would need, again, we're not going to get like a debate between any of these people about their policies. I do want to point out one plus about Nirav Shah is that he was specifically asked, will you vote to send aid to Israel? Do you think it's a genocide? And he said he would not vote to send aid to Israel, and he does believe that it's a genocide. So, that's a major plus in his favor. Another name I've seen thrown around, though not by the most progressive individuals, is Shenna Bellows, who ran for governor in Maine and came up short, and has also previously run against Susan Collins, though in that particular case, she lost in a landslide to Susan Collins. So I don't think Shenna Bellows is going to be it this time, sadly. Like she's already had her shot at that one, and I don't think this is it this time. Jared Golden has been floated, which I don't think so. I don't think that Jared Golden is going to be able to hand that seat. He's too conservative. Democrats could also turn to their 2020 nominee against Collins, Sarah Gideon. I wouldn't be mad about Sarah Gideon. Let's see. Progressive independent Lisa Savage received 5% of the vote, while more conservative independent Max Lynn received less than 2%. Democrats believe the race may have been closer had ranked choice voting been in place. And apparently Sarah Gideon has $2.7 million just sitting in her campaign account, so she would be able to launch some kind of campaign. So that's something. And of course, you have Janet Mills. I don't think she's going to come back, though. David Costello, Jordan Wood, or Dan Kleben. I've heard of some of these, but I think it's going to be someone who is more well known across Maine. It's gonna be someone who is well known across Maine, and honestly, in that regard, I think Troy Jackson might have the best shot. Maybe Sarah Gideon, but like, man, this sucks.
This time, in Maine, it's really her turn, HRC.
Well, yeah, DSA is going to try and rally around their boy Jackson. There have been some rumors about some of these candidates that are less than savory, but It remains to be seen really where all this is going to fall. And I thought we'd take one last look here inside the Democratic jockeying to replace Graham Platner. Just want to say shout out to the BangorDailyNews.com. They are killing it with this on the clock coverage of the invisible primary that is taking place right now. Let's see here. Behind the scenes, leading Maine Democrats and their allies scramble to position themselves for the nod. If Platner withdraws by the July 13th deadline, the state party would have until July 27th to name a replacement through a process that officials have not yet finalized. Maine Democratic Party and National Party groups disavowed Platner on Monday. This is a very, very serious allegation, but I haven't talked to Graham, said former state Senate president and gubernatorial candidate Troy Jackson in an interview Monday morning just before he called on Platner to drop out. This is something I never considered, but if Graham's stepping away, I'm very, very interested and think I'm the best person to replace him, which is good and potentially accurate. You know? Jackson said he'd received dozens of calls and texts throughout the day. Former Public Health Chief Nirav Shah and Secretary of State Shanna Bellows, who both lost last month's Democratic primary for governor to Hannah Pingree, received numerous encouraging calls of support Monday as potential Platner replacements, according to people familiar with conversations among prominent Maine Democrats. And I do think here that the decision is going to come from the Maine Democrats. You know, there's very little input that I think carries much weight within Maine from outside of it, you know? So we'll really have to see kind of where the main party lies here. Oh, God. Is it going to be an open convention type situation? No. The Maine Democrats state body will decide who replaces Graham Platner. So, like, it's not an open convention type thing. It's not going to be like that. Like, it's an extraordinary situation. So, let's see here. Shaw, Bellows, or Jackson may each enter any replacement scramble with an edge over a fresh entrant, since their campaign staffs from the governor's race are recently assembled. Former House Speaker Sarah Gideon, the 2020 nominee against Republican Senator Susan Collins, has leftover campaign money but has kept a low profile since losing them. All three were named in a poll of nearly 1,100 voters from Chicago-based Tavern Research that was shared widely Monday and tested favorability for more than a dozen Democrats floated as possible replacements. Let's take a look at the poll here. Okay, we got Janet Mills, Susan Collins, Graham Platner.
This fucking sucks. I don't know if a Dem can win in Maine now in this short of a time span before the general.
I mean, we need a real firecracker, you know? I do think maybe Troy Jackson might be able to be that guy. I think he's relatively well liked, generally speaking. But yeah, this all sucks. Oh, God. Luckily, Maine Dems are pretty left-leaning by nature. They're going to need to fight like hell. They are going to need to fight like hell. And my problem is I am not familiar enough with any of these potential replacements to know which one has the juice. My sense is that Troy has the juice to be able to replace Platner and rally folks. I don't get the sense that a bureaucrat who worked for the CDC is going to be able to field that fire, with Nirav Shah. And I don't think Shenna Bellows is going to be able to do it when she lost by 37 points last time to Susan Collins. So I think really that leaves us with Troy Jackson as basically the last vehicle. Do you think he'll stay in anyway and still win? I genuinely have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. Sarah Gideon could also do it. I do agree with you, Story. But like, I'm not familiar enough with Maine politics to know if like the main state party is gonna go with either of those. Like Lady Ringclad, the main factor I don't know is whether or not these allegations carry weight for people in Maine by and large. That's the main thing I don't know. If I were to use my conventional political wisdom, I would say, hell no. But because this is Maine, and like, frankly, political hit pieces and political, like, compromise seems to just hit very different for people who live inside Maine. So, that's the main thing that I do not know how to predict. You know? He could. Mainers don't trust outsiders. Yeah, like that's kind of the thing, right? Like, I genuinely don't know if like his calculation is going to be, I'm going to stay in and get elected and then try and hand off power, or like what is going to happen here. But it's going to be rough. I mean, he lost even the endorsement of veterans organizations. I know Vote Vets has disavowed. Like, it's bad. It's real bad, guys. I would hope as a survivor that they would hold weight and Maine would say we're not adding +1 rapist to office. One would hope that. And it's, it's heartbreaking to watch that lady recount her experience and then say like some of the people she's considered friends just don't care. Yeah, I don't know that there's anybody who is standing by his side anymore. I know Elizabeth Warren called on him to drop out. I know the one I'm not quite sure yet is Bernie Sanders. But I'm sure that's coming. Like, this is this is the end of Graham Platner in politics, is my opinion.
What
my
happens
read
if
on
he
it.
leaves and still somehow wins off a write-in campaign?
I mean, then I guess he would go to Congress and serve out a term, or go to Congress and immediately resign. Depends on really. I genuinely like the worst part about that comment, Sake Tanuki, is that genuinely that's something that could happen in Maine politics. Like, I keep coming back to this comment, right? Just random New York Times reporter in Maine asking a random passerby. Derry Wilson 62 said he had only seen a mention about it on Facebook. An independent voter, he supports Platner. I'd rather have him in there than Susan Collins, he said. And like, I keep thinking about that quote and that interaction over and over and over again since I read it several hours ago. And it's just like, that's that is a possibility. Like, unfortunately, Maine politics are insane. Is Maine really that Quebec coded? No. Maine is coded, and I mean this with all respect. Maine is coded like Innsmouth, you know? Like it's vaguely Lovecraftian in nature, and it's very insular. It's very we can only depend on one another, and it's very, very much tied to the sea. And I'm not saying that as like a, you know I'm not saying that they're like fish people or whatever. I'm just saying that like it's insular. And wait, you're describing Quebec? No. Yes, thank you. Hi, Maynard here. You are correct, Jack. Thank you. Like it's kind of its own little place. It's its own little place with its own weird little guys doing its own weird little thing, and I don't know how to predict how information that I can understand how it flows in other parts of the country. I can't predict how Mainers are going to feel about it or how they're going to respond to it. So, all that being said, like it is a nonstop shit show. Like that's just all there is to it. Nonstop shit show. Yeah, Matt Dunlap, the Democratic nominee for the House in the swing district where Graham Platner lives, has called on him to leave the race. Like, basically everyone's telling him to get out.
You're correct about
even
them
in
not being
Maine.
fish people, because they're crab people.
That's true. That's true. Why don't they just elect the biggest lobster? Lobsters are immortal anyways. I like this idea. So, anyway, like there's no real good way to wrap this up. Graham Platner needs to drop out. I think that is the best path forward of all of the shitty paths forward available to us. And this does meaningfully hurt the chances of Democrats being able to take the House and Senate. But I do want to point out that there are pathways to Senate control that don't have Susan Collins losing her election. That being said, if we can get someone in with like, I don't know, 75% of the fire of Graham Platner, the momentum of the Platner campaign might be enough to put somebody else over the finish line to beat Collins. So it ain't over yet, folks, but a lot of this is dependent on Graham Platner dropping out. So I hope he does that. And all this being said, folks, you gotta organize. It don't feel too good. Yeah, it doesn't. Every fucking day feels like getting Thanos snapped. Feels like just flaking away into the ether. Folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA.
Are you suggesting this as a solution?
Oh god, I hope not. Who's this?
Court dismissed! Bring in the dancing lobsters!
I guarantee you that is going to get me the MCA.
Having a lobster would reflect both the red and blue options that Maine has chosen.
That's true. That's true. That, I'm coming around on this lobster idea. Now, folks, get organized. Because we need more good people in the Democratic Party. We need more folks getting involved. We need more folks stepping up, doing the door knocking, doing the phone banking, showing up for candidates, showing up for the meetings, deciding policy, all that good stuff. And folks, you can be part of the positive change, and we need you to be, because 2026 is a clusterfuck of a year for politics, and 2028 is going to be 2026 on steroids. So get involved, folks. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help taking the first steps with either of those, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, please, got anything out of this video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment about which main candidate do you support and why, so that we can all use it. Use your comments as like a little
A
cheat
weird
sheet.
little crustacean for a weird little place? Heck, sounds like a perfect fit.
Indeed, Anime Sidekick Gal. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. We did it. We made it through. God. Off to YouTube chat I go. It's fucking over. That feel when you have no girlfriend and your stupid fucking bot lane feeds in League? Hey, solution. Stop playing League of Legends and start playing Teamfight Tactics. It's a lot less time intensive, and it doesn't make you want to burst blood vessels in your eyes. And it will free up time during which you might be able to find a girlfriend. I've got a shrimp spine? Hell yeah.
But is his political career more or less over than?
Oh, I don't know. That's okay. This is true though. It is true that Graham Platner's political career is surviving longer than Mitch McConnell's political career. He that is true. The only person whose political career is more dead is Mitch McConnell's. Oh god. I really hope he's dead. His staffers, do we know yet? No, we don't know for sure, but it's pretty impressive that apparently uh his staffers are not willing to confirm whether or not he's conscious. So, yeah. That's where we're at with Mitch McConnell. Is he plugged in like a Roomba? Maybe. Was McConnell ever truly alive? His wife went to China, so that doesn't prove anything other than his wife hates him. Has anyone checked his phylactery? Asking the important questions. God. Oh God, Sake, what is this? uh that's some good shit. That's some good shit right there. Is Mitch McConnell alive? Interest over time. Holy shit. God, that was great. That was great. It also might prove that she's returning to her Chinese handlers. I don't think that's it at all. Schrodinger's Mitch McConnell. Indeed. Don't worry, there's a whole Tumblr page dedicated to whether he's alive or not. You know, if there's anyone I trust more than the folks on Tumblr, I haven't heard of them yet. No one is more dedicated than the people who remain on Tumblr post female presenting nipple ban. You know, they've been posting away over there year after year, surviving the trials and tribulations of venture capital acquisition. And you know what? They're just still posting away over there, being silly little guys.
If it turns out that Mitch is no more, I might search out some turtle soup.
Oh God. All right, folks. Do. Hmm. Good. My God. All right. We are going to. Oh yeah. Also, I made this meme. I think it's pretty good. I think it's accurate. Rises to the moment. And, I don't think it's too bad for being made on my phone. Quality meme. Thank you. funny because it hurts. 1 second. I need to check something. It's going to take me a minute or two. I will BRB. There we go. Hello. I've returned. Now burdened with the knowledge of how to properly implement a ban on site chat. Something so rare that I had actually forgotten how to do it. So last time I banned them for 1 second and then they fucking left. Which was very funny. But also just as an FYI, if you're gonna come in and troll, we can't see your IP address. Just as an FYI. All right. Y'all ready? People don't know you can see their IP address. A lot of people don't. I apologize if I was the one who gave the sub there.
Cue
It's okay.
Monokuma voice. All right, everyone. You know what time it is. It's PUNISSHHMENT time.
Oh god, I'm so tempted to try and do it in the Monokuma voice. I'm not going to. It will destroy my vocal cords. Whew. Okay. Let's do a little bit of celebrating. Because I know today's rough. Also, I am going to give you guys a heads up that after we do this next segment, we're going to be covering What If Alt Hissed. So, just as an FYI, we are going to absolutely get insane. But I'm going to do some good news first, okay? All right. And I also want y'all to know that you guys are currently at 345 out of 500 subs. And if we hit 500, we might be doing some more brain rot. Though what? I will not be revealing at this time.
Me when Jack says what I felt this is coming.
No, 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 no. Wait.
Yeah. It do be like that, though. But I need my brain? No, you don't. Counterpoint. I don't understand the appeal of brain rot. Well, unfortunately, in this particular instance, I find it both brain rot content, but also, unfortunately, very important. Because this is the kind of guy that Republican think tanks are trying to prop up as like the next great, like, Gen Z whisperer for conservatism. So unfortunately, these kinds of guys are going to increasingly be embraced by the Republican Party mainstream. And that is why I keep talking about them, because I see the amount of money that gets shoveled into their coffers. You know? Yeah. Yeah. What's a Gen Z whisperer? I mean, his entire appeal is that he's a young conservative. And so the idea being that he attracts a younger audience of conservatives and provides a unique hook to get them into the wheelhouse to be, have their brains deadened and their curiosity tempered until there's nothing left. Did I miss the Platner talk? You did. Yeah, got to indoctrinate the youth somehow. Exactly. I called Jack the wine mom whisperer. That's not true. That's very flattering, but I know that's not true. We all know that the wine mom whisperer is the I've had it ladies. Their powers combined whisper many wine moms. God, I keep forgetting this. Man is being pumped up as the Gen Z Jordan Peterson. Yup. All right, folks, you guys ready? All right. So, folks, good news coming out of Michigan. That's right. We've got McMorrow dropping out of the U.S. Senate campaign. Life is good. The sun rises. It's a beautiful sunrise on this sunsetting campaign. And I, for one, am happy to see it happen. Because basically, McMorrow was the spoiler candidate. It became clear that she was effectively, a middle ground candidate getting destroyed by Abdul El Sayed on the left and Haley Stevens on the right. And her campaign was just ripped apart, literally. Apparently, according to this piece, Michigan Advance here, I think it's something like 50 per, it's practically 50-50. Here, let's take a look at her video here.
Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending my campaign for United States Senate. And I'm doing it with a deep, deep sense of gratitude for our thousands of volunteers, for everyone who donated what you could, building a campaign with zero corporate PAC dollars, for my staff, who built this team up from nothing. I thank you. For my family, for Ray, who believed in me long before I ever believed in myself, and for Noah, our 5-year-old who presses her hands up against the window to wave goodbye every morning when I leave for work. Remember, Mom, she reminded me recently, it's not about if you win. It's about trying hard and having fun. She's right. So I want to be very clear about what this announcement is not. I may be suspending this campaign, but I am not leaving the fight. I never planned on politics. After the 2016 election, I felt lost. I picked up my phone and I typed 5 words into the search bar: how to run for office. And here's what I learned. When regular people get in the fight, things can change. In my very first election, we flipped a district against the incumbent. 4 years later, with so many of you, we flipped the Michigan Senate for the first time in nearly 40 years.
She's giving Corpo drone. That's the thing. She's always given that. Like, the thing that made her famous in the first place was her defense of LGBTQ people, because she was getting accused of being a groomer for supporting queer people. And she went viral and gained prominence to be able to run for office in the first place along those lines. But the campaign she has actually run has reflected none of that fire and passion. And in fact, she's avoided talking about LGBTQ people quite a bit on the campaign trail, and has been sunk by her, seemingly unthought stances on, the war, the war in Iran and Gaza, the Gaza genocide. Like, she just doesn't really, she doesn't really got what it takes, She's pulling a Harris. It's not even really pulling a Harris. I think she's very inexperienced and by nature very pro-corporate. So like, it's not really a Harris situation where she had the juice and then just didn't tap into it. It's a self-inflicted injury on her own part. Yet she has bad political instincts. Exactly, Shoot Bang.
And we didn't stop at winning. We repealed Michigan's abortion ban. We raised wages. We made sure every child gets breakfast and lunch at school. We made it easier to go to college. We expanded civil rights, voting rights, and so much more. These wins took thousands of us, showing up every single day, refusing to give up when there were setbacks. That's why I'm staying in this fight, and why I need you to stay in it with me. Now
I'm so shocked, especially after that great interview she had with Emma and Matt.
That is one of the best. That is one of Emma Viglin's best moments. Just like reading her for fucking filth. It was some good stuff.
Haven't been shot.
Yeah, just getting her to say, I think we should give Israel and Gaza their own iron domes is just it's comedy that's disqualifying, really.
About calling for new leadership and a better Democratic Party. I mean it. The energy is there. People are crying out for change, and we owe it to them to listen. Then we need to build it up together from the ground up. So here's what we do next. Every day through November.
Oh, I never saw that interview. I covered it on my channel somewhere.
3rd, we win this Senate seat, and we send Mike Rogers back to Florida for good. Whoever wins this primary on August 4th will have my full support. Then let's elect Jocelyn Benson as our next governor. Let's flip the state house and expand our majority in the state Senate. Let's elect Democrats up and down the ticket and show the rest of the country what it means to fight like Michigan. 10 years ago, I started this work heartbroken,
this is McMorrow.
Typing 5 words into a search bar. And I learned the only thing that has ever really changed this country. Ordinary people who love something enough to fight for it. I love this country. I love Michigan. And I love the little girl.
Sadly, my brain rot is all brain worms. On an unrelated note, are you familiar with Allison Greaves' series The Sisters of Dorley Hall by any chance?
I am not familiar with it at all, but thank you for the $5 super chat.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
Who waves at me from the window every morning, trusting the grown-ups to leave her a state and a country worth inheriting. That's who I'm fighting for. And I'm not going anywhere. I hope that you'll join. Today,
I do have to say, it is weak-ass shit to drop out and not endorse anybody in a pretty meaningful primary race, you know? Like, girl, if she wanted to be in the good graces of the progressive movement, she should have dropped out and endorsed Abdul El-Sayed. But instead, we're going to come down to just a straight up competition between these two. I do want to point out, though, where does it read here? Oh, also, AOC has officially endorsed El-Sayed, by the way, giving him a vital push. And, I'm looking for their polling. By the time she suspended her campaign, Miss McMorrow's support in public polling had dwindled. The middle path she envisioned between El-Sayed's unrelenting progressivism and Miss Stevens's establishment moderation was not, in the end, wide enough to remain viable. It's not. What happens with Miss McMorrow's supporters will be critical to the success of both remaining candidates. The McMorrow campaign's internal polling found that her supporters' second choice was split evenly between Miss Stevens and Dr. El-Sayed, according to a person who viewed the data. So, like, if this is true, and there isn't a lean to the supporters for McMorrow, what it does mean is that those supporters are less motivated to actually turn out to vote, but also it does mean that if Abdul El-Sayed maintains his lead until election day, he has a very good chance of winning. Right? So, very exciting news coming out of here. And I do want to point out also that, you know, we're seeing establishment Dems running scared. And I know that today is also the day that, you know, news about Graham Platner dropped, and like I know that fucking hurts. And it can feel like, oh, the progressive movement is dead. We're never gonna win. It's all ogre. But also worth noting that they are running editorials in every major newspaper across the country calling for, hey, we need more centrist Democrats to find their fighting spirit. Otherwise, these progressive socialists are going to shit stomp us everywhere, because they are reading the writing on the wall. It's fucking over for them if they cannot put together an attractive enough package to capture voters. And guess what? Centrist Dems are incapable of that. It's literally the one thing they can't do. So right now is a very unique window for socialists coming into office. But it's also worth noting that there has been an effect of, I believe, of these arguments and appeals against Christian nationalism and in the name of multicultural secularism in the United States. And I know that that might seem like I just like made like a giant leap to a seemingly unrelated issue. But the reason this is important is because it is a sign that the general public is souring and turning on this idea of Christian nationalism as like a return to, you know, the basic building blocks of America, which is kind of what Donald Trump has been running on for a decade, right? You know, make America great again. When was America great? Well, back when it was more of like a, you know, Christian nation, etc. And I want to point out this particular sermon given by Pastor Lauren Livingston out of North Carolina. This is Charlotte, North Carolina. And I do think that, like, I'm not a religious person, but I think what is happening right now within the American evangelical Christian church is very, very important insofar as it affects what the future holds for the wider American public. And I say this because it's a big deal to speak out against Christian nationalism within the church. And I think it is a direct result of people like James Tallarico, of people like Zoran Mamdani making moral arguments. When you make arguments along moral lines and about the morality of things, that has a tendency to spill over into religious conversations about morality. And in that respect, I think that this is an incredibly healthy thing for evangelicals in America to be doing right now.
There has never been a Christian nation. You don't live in one now. We had godly people get on boats and come over here so they could worship. Godly people. We've had the greatest Bible preachers in the 15, 16, 1700s. Godly people. Some of the people that constructed this country, godly people. But it has never been a Christian nation and never will be.
A series exploring transition for trans femmes, predominantly via a secret force femme program for toxic men. Not the cliche way. Helped my transition. Top tier writing. Should be mandatory reading.
Well, I don't know that you're gonna get. I don't think you're gonna get that to be mandatory reading. But cool that helped you. I'm glad. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Maybe I'll check it out sometime.
A Christian nation would never have killed and displaced 20 million Native Americans who are still left out and living in poverty. A Christian nation would never have thought that owning slaves was pleasing to God, or that it lined up with Scripture in any way, shape, or size.
I do want to push back on this a little bit because the Bible does provide some pretty explicit instructions on how to properly own people. But you know, I do agree with his overall point that people shouldn't own slaves. I don't know how he arrives at that, but you know what? I'm glad he does arrive at that conclusion.
And we not only practiced it, but we were so obsessed with it that we went to war about it. We had a civil war. And in that civil war, 500,000 Americans died. That's more than Americans that died in World War II or any other war we've ever had. Our own civil war. We killed 500,000 of our own people so people could have the right to own other people as property. There has never been...
I just, you know, the fact that there are prominent pastors giving these sermons is a good thing, you know? Like, the fact that this is happening is a positive sign, and it is downstream of the overall arcing politics of our country. We need more people in all avenues of life to be speaking more like this. In particular because, hey, yeah, it is actually morally wrong to own people. It is actually morally wrong to seek to control and impose a religious order upon people. Yeah, actually, these things are wrong, and we should oppose them on moral grounds as well as humanitarian grounds. Like, I think for so long, people just took for granted the moral argument, the moral calculus. And that, in turn, is what has allowed for this, you know, if you can't call it a religious schism, a moral schism to be produced among the American churches when it comes to whether or not Christianity should be imposed upon all Americans, should be the law of the land. And you know, I'm just looking at the fact that El Sayed is winning in Michigan, looking at the fact that James Talarico is doing very well in Texas, has officially flipped it blue. Given that, like, it seems that the Pope is moving against Opus Dei, which is a very influential conservative Christian group that operates within the United States. These are all very positive signs that, you know, I think that we are moving in a good direction. Right now, there are windows of opportunity open right now that weren't open a year ago and may never open again if we do not rise to the occasion and take advantage of them. So, folks, I encourage you all, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help taking those first steps, we can do that. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. They can both help you take your first steps, go to your first meeting. They can give you advice on how to organize and how to most effectively push progressive, pro-working class policy and make these organizing apparatuses more effective. We can help you to get shit done. So, folks, get involved. Show up. And if you got anything out of this video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button. Consider supporting the stream because you guys are who make this at all possible. I couldn't do it without your financial support. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Link in the description.
If it's wrong to own people publicly, Jack, explain this.
Even show you a photo if I may, okay? Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
So let me...
Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus is a human being. This is a human fetus. Look how similar they look, but quite different. Dolphin. You just confirmed that a dolphin... In life, do you confuse dolphins for human babies often?
So let me
you go to see...
Okay, I think maybe in this particular circumstance we have to acknowledge that sometimes to be owned has different meanings in different contexts. Anyway, go check out ImogeneOlivia.com, non-tucking lingerie, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Yeah, who was that small-faced man? Never seen him before in my life. Just wish Ben Glebe didn't turn out to be a raging pro-genocide. Yeah, he did turn out to be like pro-genocide, didn't he? That's sad. He did? Damn, that sucks. Yeah, it does. All right, folks. I am going to stand up and stretch. When I return, my hair will be down. And we will jump into some What If All This, huh? It's just really hot in here. I have to fiddle with the airflow. BRB, folks.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue, they divide but they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong.
Hello. How are we doing? Ready? Good. You'll need to be ready. My monitor is freaking out. One second. Trying to restart. What you doing here, monitor? Why you black screening on me? Is it because I have 500 tabs open? Might be because of that. Might be because of that. Sounds like you need more tabs. I think so. This is poopy. Here. What if I exit out of this window? Alright. Now let's try this. It's stupid that this might work. Have you tried downloading more RAM? There we go. It worked. Victoria Queen 69. Thank you for the jewels. I appreciate that. All right. Okay. Now I just need to reopen the tab. Hope it doesn't crash. This is very scary. It's just white chaos as all the tabs load in at once. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. We did it. Computer crashing. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Y'all ready? Darumba, thank you very much for the raid. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I swear, Zionism better be in the DSM-6 indeed. Victoria Queen, thank you for all the jewels. I appreciate them. Oh boy, I be ready. All right. So, folks, I come to you once again to finish the saga. Oh God, wait a minute. We're uh-oh. 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 We crashing? We got too many tabs open? I think we have too many tabs open. Give me a second. This is what I get for having so many tabs open. Oh, actually, before we get started, I lied.
Thank you for joining us here at the Cable Center on the beautiful campus of the University of Denver. I'm Kyle Clark from 9 News, here alongside my colleague Marshall Zellinger.
Victor Marks, thank you for your time.
Great to be with you.
So you have agreed to debate your Republican opponents on 9 News next week, and that discussion is going to focus on policy. Our conversation here is going to talk about your backgrounds and your qualification.
Great.
Your claim that your abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old, is that the only person you've ever killed?
Well, I would say as a child, yes.
That's the sussiest answer ever. As a child. What about as a grown adult man?
You perform exorcisms, commanding demons to come out of people. Can you explain to me how that works?
When you say I perform exorcisms.
Yeah. You described yourself as a quote-unquote reluctant exorcist.
Right.
Yeah. Describe to me how your exorcisms work when you command demons out.
Well, that's a joke, the way I say that. But as a follower of Christ and someone who's very familiar with evil, I believe the Word of God.
It's a joke, except when I'm not joking.
You claim that you once called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. I didn't realize that civilians could essentially facilitate military airstrikes. Could you walk me through how that worked?
No.
No. Also, apparently that guy might in fact be the GOP's gubernatorial candidate in Colorado. So, we might get a lot of mileage out of this song, is what I'm saying. It's the fact that he even has a chance that feels so staunchly American. Oh, God. Just the everyday child that does the murder. But the other thing is, like, he gets asked point blank, have you ever killed a man as an adult? And then he asks, does it matter? Like, he's fucking insane. He's fucking insane. Hi, first time in. Is there new news on this? On which? If you're talking about the Graham Platner stuff, yeah, we covered it earlier. And yeah, the new news is bad. All right. Let's give this a shot. So, folks, we find ourselves once again on the precipice of madness, and by that, of course, I mean we are about to dive in to part 2 of What If Alt Hist, and boy howdy, I think if I recall correctly, because we covered this about a week ago, in part 1 he said that the Civil War was essentially being delayed because of cell phones and Gen Z. I might have that incorrect, but by and large he's trying to argue that the reason there hasn't been a a second American Civil War is because those dang kids and their cell phones. He says as also a dang kid. But yeah, let's jump into this. We're about halfway through.
Andrew Tate, Ben Shapiro, Destiny, Vaush, or Hassan. The only reason I'm still around is I actively avoid you and everything you say. I literally do whatever the opposite of what the internet mob tells me to do, and it works quite well.
Yeah, it works quite well to do whatever is opposite of the internet mob, especially when you're getting paid by, that sweet corporate think tank cash from your Peter Thiel, adjacent associates.
When I realized that most of the internet would cheer on my death, it radically changed how
No. Drink every time he mentions Mouse Utopia, you will die. Do not do that. Do not do that drinking game. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now, don't do it.
I perceived this entire equation. This all adds together to keep the entire population entranced in a drug-induced spiral with no release or way to organize.
Oh yeah, by the way, he says that cell phones are drugs. So when he says like a drug-induced haze, what he's talking about is cell phones. It's kind of like when Marx was talking about religion being the opiate of the masses, except that he means it very literally that cell phones are drugs.
The average digital person is stuck being constantly stimulated with no resolution or depth. They feel constantly disassociated and as if they're living in a dreamlike state where nothing feels real. The way the digital mob works is that they're incentivized to lead people to the point of violence, but have no ability to organize it.
Now, this is an interesting view of what it means to be an online content creator. Because, as an online content creator, I don't view it as my job to lead people to the brink of violence. That seems very much not my role.
But have you considered adjusts glasses?
I have considered Adjust's glasses. Okay, I've considered it quite a bit, and you know what? I think it might be for me sometimes. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Anyway, if you guys don't know who this is, I talk about What If Alt Hist quite a bit. As additional background, he has numerous videos where he basically goes over his view of religion in the world, is that there is a scientifically discovered spirit world that the CIA is covering up, and that eugenics is real, and it also determines your economic class. Your genetics determine your economic class, and also that your divine qualities are passed down through bloodlines. So, for example, he believes himself to be in possession of a bloodline of justice, and has also talked about how he has been to both heaven and hell, and talked with I think Thor, and yeah, I think he was talking. He talked to Thor and Jesus, and they both like him, and also he did this on an ayahuasca trip. Odin, sorry, not Thor. Odin, yeah. And he is also being brought up in the essentially the incubators designed for Gen Z influencers that are funded by folks like Peter Thiel, Balaji Srinivasan. I've talked about Balaji Srinivasan in particular because he's the author of The Network State. If you guys have been following fascism online for any duration of time, you will have run into the book The Network State. This guy is good friends with Balaji Srinivasan. He's been on his podcast multiple times, and it's basically the two of them in a room together are they are both the epitome of two guys high on their own farts, and it's honestly pretty funny to watch. But this guy, he's fascinating to me because also I want you to keep in mind as we watch, he has 736,000 subscribers, and this video has almost 500,000 views. So the reason I talk about him is because he is deliberately being groomed as a next generation conservative influencer, and I find that both fascinating and disturbing, and it's why I feel the need to talk about him. So he's a complete nut, basically. Well, he practices what I call Nazi esotericism, which is essentially this idea of picking and choosing different religious ideas and then throwing it into a gigantic melting pot to synthesize it, synthesize something that is uniquely American/Western, and also, enmeshed with politics in a conservative fashion. So, yeah, it's a whole thing, and I consider him to be one of the spearheads the Republican Party is manufacturing in order to basically break down empirical ideas and thought, rationality as a concept, right? Because this guy's entire channel is fabricating alternative histories and then just going on and on about predictions that he bases on the alternate histories that he fabricates.
In a nutshell,
it is nonsense, but it is deliberately designed nonsense in order to basically trap, easily influenced conservative children into certain mindsets.
What did you expect? Welcome, Sonny. Make yourself at home. Marry my daughter. You've got to remember that these are just simple farmers. These are people of the land. The common clay of the New West. You know. Morons.
It's true. Blazing Saddles. Great film. All right, back into this. And Sake Tanuki, 10,000% that. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
That's why these pundits keep on saying it's okay to kill people, but then the murders are caused by lone gunmen, since the internet has radically made the Mouse Utopia atomization worse.
Also, if you do design a drinking game around his videos, I wasn't kidding about the Mouse Utopia thing being deadly. Don't, if you are going to play that game, don't do it with alcohol, friends.
The second element here that I didn't model correctly was how well wokeness would work, even among the right. I can see that the right was—
oh no, wokeness was too effective. It was the cell phones and wokeness. People were too awake.
Pushing back against the left in the last few years. Elon buying Twitter was really a tipping point here. However, what I've found is that the new right is by and large similar to the left in general psychology. It's also important to say that the left comes with all of these implicit—
all right, wait a minute. We gotta break this one down. All right, we are in a reality war. Wait a minute. A reality war? I think he means an info war.
Assumptions like equality or—
what if Alt Jones? I see. All right, the left and the right are fundamentally different religions with different views of reality. And again, this is what I mean. Like right off the bat, like the right and the left are different religions. They're not religions. They're political ideologies. Very different. I saw that joke coming and still laughed. I'm sorry. The left. Humans are perfectible. 2, good people in power can save the world. 3, the future is all progress. 4, the only real things are materially what you can see. Okay, wait. Humans are perfectible. Yes, you can. People can improve themselves. Yes, that is observably true. 2, good people in power can save the world. And yeah, when power is used well, good things can happen. Okay. 3, the future is all progress. That's not true. The left doesn't believe that the future is inevitably progressive. Maybe some children might believe that, but not adults. It's why you have to mobilize and fight for things to get better, right? It's why you have to join your local Dems and your local DSA. And we can help you do that over on our Discord. Reach out to us. Just type Discord in any of the chats, !Discord in any of the chats, and you'll get a link to our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Get involved. We want you to get involved because more people being involved is more people in the fight for progress. 4, the only real things are materially what you see. No. Material reality encompasses things that you can measure. It's measurable reality. Right? Like, it's not just what you can see, it's also, the forces that you can't see. Like, this isn't that complicated, but I feel like, especially having been now on the line and talking to a lot of conservatives, there was someone on the show last time who literally did not believe material reality existed. And, so I feel like I kind of have to specify that, like, yeah, there are some things in material reality that you can't see with your eyeballs, but are still real. Like, you can't see my voice right now, but you can experience my voice, and that voice is made possible by, air coming out of my lungs and my vocal cords vibrating, and those are measurable phenomena. And like, I just feel the need to be able to specify that, because I know some people from the What If Alt Hist community might eventually see this, and they're not going to bring their best. All right. Let's see here. 5. Inequality comes from oppression. I mean, oppression is one vector for inequality, yeah. But it's not the sole vector for, oppression. 6. Everyone is a blank slate, which are socialized. I mean, I think the philosophical question about whether or not people are blank slates or not is relatively irrelevant, right? Because whether or not you believe people are born tabula rasa, like, we do know verifiably that people can improve themselves, right? So even if someone is born, naturally evil or whatever he's trying to posit here, we know people can improve themselves. It's not like you can in fact become a good person if you work at it. This is all killing me inside, though, to have to point out. 7. Cultural differences are arbitrary and can easily be transcended. Cultural differences are by and large arbitrary, and I would just say can be transcended, but I wouldn't say can be easily transcended. We know the phenomenon culture shock, because adjusting to a new culture can be difficult.
What is the difference between religious metasystems and political metasystems?
I feel like this is a question that's supposed to be a joke in some kind of philosophy course. But thank you for the $10 super chat. A religious metasystems walks into a bar. Says ow. Boo-boo. All right. That being said, I guess that you could quibble about cultural differences being arbitrary and more being related to like the physicality of someone, like civilizations, like geography or something. But like, whatever, it's arbitrary, and yeah, you can learn to exist in a different in a different cultural system. Yeah, you can definitely do that. 8. Tradition holds us back. This is interesting because I wouldn't say tradition holds people back. Like, my family is Swedish, right? Like, very Swedish, and very much, like, we like our little red painted horses. We like our little stories about forest spirits, the tomtes. We like our little cultural touchstones. We like making our Swedish meatballs. We like doing our little foodstuffs. But like, none of those things prevent me from being like a modern human being with like a progressive moral values. How are your meatballs? My meatballs are excellent. This is a straw man script he made. That's the thing. All of his scripts are straw man scripts, but it's worse than a straw man, because it's like, made by a guy who's only ever heard of straw men described. You know, he's only heard of them second or third hand, and he's doing his best. All right. 9, it's wrong to judge someone by their results. I genuinely don't know what he means by this one. It's wrong to judge someone by their results. Does he mean by their actions? Who can say? No idea. 10, you have loyalty to all humanity, not your people. Like, I've never heard of that being a leftist value. Unless he's talking about just like you should care about other people. You know, like, hey, if you're a white person, you should care about seeing like a black person who's in distress and you should help them. Like, yeah, I think you should reach across like racial, cultural, and religious lines to help people in need. I didn't realize this was a leftist value, especially considering, you know, the folks on the right embrace Christianity, and there's a whole like parable about like the Good Samaritan or what have you. But you know, whatever, doesn't matter. Whatever. It's his racism showing. Absolutely. Now, as for the right stands for humans being inherently flawed. Wait, I also just want to point out the left and the right are fundamentally different religions with different views of reality. On these first points, these aren't contradicting. Humans are perfectible and humans are inherently flawed. Those aren't contradictions. Like, if humans are flawed, you can still make them better. Like, what do you... Okay. Over on the right, power corrupts. Which, again, is not contradictory to what the left believes. This is weird. All right. 3, it's possible to degrade back to barbarism. Okay, well, this is correct. It is possible to degrade back to barbarism, but also his initial stating that like the left believes that the future is all progress, that's just a straw man that isn't actually accurate whatsoever. It's vibe coding, but for racist ideology. That's the best description of this I've heard yet. Number 4, there is a God. I guess, which is meant to be the opposite of the only real things are materially what you see, I guess. 5, inequality is normal. 6, races, classes, and the sexes are genetically different. I really want him to elaborate on how he believes class is related to your genetics. I really want him to elaborate on that, because like I can understand his argument for the other ones, even if of course race has nothing to do with genetics whatsoever, because race is not the same thing as your skin color. Like, race is a social construct developed to support, you know, phrenology and scientific racism and the transatlantic slave trade, you know? But I want to know what class genetics are, I guess. 7, cultural differences are important. Wait, cultural differences can both be arbitrary and important. I'm assuming perfectible as in capable of reaching perfection. Okay, but like, if that's what we assume he means by this, I have never heard a leftist talk about, you know, people being able to reach a level of perfect existence. I have never heard a leftist talk about that whatsoever. So like, I guess I'm kind of like, if I give it the most reasonable interpretation that like human beings are, you can improve, you like self-improvement is a thing, then like, sure, I'll agree with that. But like, if it's the idea that like the left believes in creating perfect individuals, that's that's just insane. That's just an insane straw man. It's a straw god. You can eight tradition is okay. Wait, eight tradition is valuable even if we don't understand why. If it's valuable but you don't understand why, then how can you truly value it? Right? Like if you believe something is valuable, you should be able to explain why it's valuable, right? Whether it is, the provenance of a painting, or the like, hey, why is that trinket you carry so valuable to you? Oh, it's because it has the picture of my grandma in it. Or, oh, it's because it's made out of the world's largest diamond ever discovered, and I stole it in a heist. Like, you should be able to explain why something is valuable, right? Like, for example, to a lot of you, this is just a used scrunchie, and it's not valuable at all. But to a select few of you, it'd be valuable because this is the original corpse of Dr. Softhole. The poorly conceived and implemented device that I use to try and illustrate the dangers of AI. That's right. Dr. Softhole's corpse has just been sitting right here underneath this monitor the entire time. And now you guys inherently see this scrunchie as more valuable than if it was just a random scrunchie I had on me. Like this one, which is virtually indistinguishable. And yet, this one is much more interesting to you because you have a reason to value it more now. Dr. Softhole lives? No, Dr. Softhole is still dead. This is a unalive corpse. All right? That feels like a corpse now. It is. Who the fuck is Dr. Softhole? Again, I was trying to explain why AI large language models are dangerous from a psychological perspective. And in order to do that, I held up a scrunchie. And that scrunchie, I said, this isn't a scrunchie anymore. Its name is Dr. Softhole. Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Softhole, and I love you. And then I flicked it away and told chat that Dr. Softhole was now dead and you would never see her again. And you know, I think bringing back the defiled corpse of Dr. Softhole in order to make a further point is exactly what Dr. Softhole would have wanted. And I do want to say I do apologize for choosing that particular name because the community has just continued to keep it alive. Anyway, 10, you have loyalty to your group over others. Oh boy, I can't wait until What If Alt His starts describing how the next American Civil War is going to be a race war. Oh, I'm calling it right now. That's the direction this is all going.
Or these very feminine mindsets that...
Yeah, chat, you and your feminine mindsets. Where you been? The Biden
Dr.
feminization
Softhole
camps?
Sounds like a role from role-playing in the bedroom.
You're not wrong. And it does sound specifically like the kind of role-playing in the bedroom that might be loosely based off of James Bond. You got your pussy galore, you got your Dr. Softhole. It fits.
would not exist in another era of history and make Mouse Utopia more difficult to deal with.
Oh god, I forgot the text wall. You know, I need glasses. Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Cludius, thank you for the $5
Dr.
dodo.
Salthole with Dr. Mr. Cody's ex-wife, Mr. Maskey.
For an example of a society which hit similar Mouse Utopia-like events, but at a very different cultural context which informed their own history, we can look to the fall of the Roman Republic. Gee whiz, no one's ever compared America to the fall of Rome before. Huh, I'm very original. This was a warrior, masculine, pagan society, which did not have the Christian notions of loving the meek, equality, or kindness being good. The Roman Republic was similar to America for being a republic that rose to be the hegemon of the known world. What occurred was a process of globalization, which even threatened Roman culture, radical income inequality, and the rise of oppressive slave megacorporations, political polarization with civil wars, as Rome ultimately lost the Republic to Caesarism. There were further parallels like feminism, mob politics stemming from nearly all men being able to vote. Oh god. Sexual or moral degeneracy, atheism, and collapsing birth rates. I always wondered why Roman authors treated this time period as an existential threat to survival, given Rome had no real rivals. Then I realized Rome only narrowly avoided Mouse Utopia. Of course! Rome had the same issues as us, but due to their warrior hierarchical culture, we're able to put things back together in a way we weren't. That's right, because we're all mice when you really think about it. This explains why I felt a lot of strange feelings watching The Secret of Nim growing up.
Because all of those things push towards the behavioral sink. I want to make this video.
But Rome fell? No. Guys. I understand the idea here that like, but Rome fell though. But like, his point would be that the Roman Republic was going to be a Mouse Utopia, but then the great and, beneficent Caesar seized power as a, authoritarian dictator and set things to right by getting rid of all of that ancient Roman feminism. And also, then it was only much, much later that it all fell, due to the moral degeneracy and such, after it adopted Christianity. And like it's nonsense. It's fucking nonsense. It is as nonsense as people looking for parallels, like numerological parallels within the Bible. It's chud slop is what it is.
A sort of skeleton key for the next series of videos I'm making, where I also need to make a video on the new right with its core issues. The right has proven itself to be profoundly pathetic in a way that I didn't think was even possible. I was operating under the assumption that the right would start to process the left as an existential threat once Trump was elected, since they clearly are. You could look to Europe, the other Anglo diasporas like Canada or Australia, as well as even Brazil or the rest of the world, to see that if the left is allowed even a little bit more power, they will jail their opposition and crack down on the right, carrying out the demographic suicide of the Western world.
Jesus Christ. So, yeah, his theory is that if the left gets any power whatsoever, leftists will move quickly to ensure the demographic suicide. Now, what do you think he means by that? I just want to chat. What do you think he means by the demographic suicide of the West? Remember when I told you he practices Nazi esotericism? Bingo, Snoogan. When he talks about the demographic suicide of the West, he means, oh no, more black and brown people might live in places that used to be predominantly white. Oh no! And I just have to say, anyone who thinks like this, you're just a fucking racist. You're like, I'm sorry, you're just a racist. If the idea of like, oh no, but what if my son or daughter one day takes up with a non-white person? Like, you're a racist. But what about it in future generations? What if there are no longer any white people? It's like, okay, because your future grandkids or great grandkids decided to like not also date and marry white people? Like if you're so against race mixing that you're like, we need to fix the demographic suicide of the West because there's too much race mixing going on. You understand you're a fucking gutter racist, right? Like that's like you there's no daylight between your position and the position of someone in the Ku Klux Klan. It's crazy. His voice is annoying, yeah.
We see these trends even within America, and the right said that when Trump was elected, they were aware of these dangers. Trump was able to form a coalition with RFK and Elon that bridged everyone except the left.
You know, one would think that this might be like when you're able to put this together, you're like, ah, yes. What saved, Donald Trump's bacon in 2024? Well, you had the GOP colluding with big tech and then the granola fascists that wanted RFK Jr., right? And it's weird to me that when you're talking, like, okay, well, the GOP is one political group. Dissident Democrats, I suppose you could say, would be another political group. But when you just say tech, all that really means is businessmen, right? Because when you're talking about tech and you show a picture of Elon Musk, like Elon Musk isn't designing the technology. He's not coding shit. And it's business people. Like you're not talking about the software developer demographic. You're talking about fucking business people. And it just kind of seems to be like you're straight up just saying this is an unholy alliance between, fascist agnostics, the open fascists in MAGA, and big tech billionaires, which kind of just seems to me like straight up fascism, an alliance between the state and corporate systems. But whatever. No, surely it's some other problem.
After that, none of these variables held together. Trump is starting Middle Eastern wars while alienating his support base among the right-wing youth, since they voted for him to help on the domestic issues that they're really hurting with, which he has not really helped with. I'm not forgetting all of the positive things Trump has done so far, and I'm still grateful, but
How would
Still
Elon
grateful.
have time to develop tech when he's spending his time begging Epstein to hang out on the pedo island?
Well, that's true. And we know he was also deeply involved in emails dedicated. Oh god, gross thing on my keyboard. We also know that he was deeply involved in paying people to cheat on video games for him so he could look cool while pretending to be president of the United States for a bit. Also, Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And yeah, I don't know. It just kind of seems like maybe the things that are alienating about the MAGA movement should be of more concern to people who are MAGA. Kind of seems like, oh yeah, what does MAGA care about? The Epstein files and like what else? Making America great again. Not being humiliated on the world stage. Making things cheaper, etc. Oh wait, Donald Trump hasn't delivered any of that. But I'm still grateful. Fuck you, dude. Like, goddamn, not a single MAGA influencer has an ounce of self-respect. Not an ounce.
Most of the young conservatives I know are turning on the regime. I've heard about plenty who are going to vote for the left, since they hope that the left will just cause total social collapse to speed this up, which I think is a terrible idea. The baby boomers, and this still includes the conservatives, seem totally unwilling to accept the scale of the issues. This is a huge problem, which I could also make into a video, but the boomers are totally willing to ignore the demographic future.
Can I just say, I love this weird little clip that he used from Chile of 3 protesters with like flaming sticks just walking slowly to a line of police officers, and it's like, oh no, truly society is collapsing. Three children and some dogs are marching at the police. How will they survive?
To speed this up, which I think is a terrible idea. The baby boomers, and this still includes the conservatives, seem totally unwilling to accept the scale of the issues. This is a huge problem, which I could also make into a video, but the boomers are totally willing to ignore the demographic future extinction of their societies, and that's not an exaggeration from the statistics.
Where were all you guys during Biden? I was making content. I was doing exactly what I'm doing now, critiquing the people in power.
How the vast majority of Americans live in de facto poverty, how AI is about to get rid of millions of jobs, mass immigration.
Man, I love this idea, this talking point that's just been internalized by conservatives and punditry alike. Oh, AI is gonna replace millions of jobs, guys. Guys, I promise. I promise, guys. It's all gonna pay off. It's all gonna pay off. Ford hired AI and sacked humans. It backfired badly. Let's take a look. How did it backfire? The U.S. automaker hired over 350 veteran engineers, referred to internally as graybeards, over the past 3 years in order to address mistakes made by automated systems. The staff will lead quality reviews after the automation issues cost the company billions of dollars, Bloomberg reported, while some workers will also help improve and train the AI systems. We've been relying more and more on automated quality systems and not getting the desired results, said Kumar Galhotra, Ford's chief operating officer. We brought back technical specialists and they hunt for failure points before a part ever reaches the plant floor. And just like, you fired thousands of people in order to replace them with AI, and then it cost you billions of dollars, at which point you said, oh wait, let's continue using this AI though. We'll just bring these guys back. It's just like, it's all a fucking clown show, guys. It's all a fucking clown show. Look at this. Concerns on Wall Street about the ultimate return on investment from the AI boom have flared up again in recent weeks. Each of the 6 firms with the biggest lease commitments saw their shares decline in June. Oracle was the biggest loser, falling 35% over the month. But for most in the tech industry, the risks of overspending are dwarfed by those of missing out on the AI boom. Here's how Oracle puts it. To grow our OCI business, which requires increased computing capacity, we must incur significant capital and operating expenditures. Which is, I want to point out here, bullshit, because guess what? These AI companies have put out papers basically saying these problems are just inherent to large language model computing in the first place. Like, we can't get around them. There is a mathematical limitation to them. And they're going to keep costing these companies billions of dollars. Like, just the idea that, oh, it's all so successful.
But they don't have anyone
it's all so successful, like, don't worry about it. Is just not true.
Insane costs of housing, and dozens of other issues. Trump starting a war in the Middle East proves that he thinks that these are issues that can be dealt with by good PR, but they're not. These are very deep, intractable issues that will totally destroy America within a few years.
Don't you think the consolidation of jobs by AI is a direct correlation to the plummeting birth rate? No.
years, if not fixed. The clock is already ticking, since if the left gets the presidency once again, they can use it to erode the organic spirit of America enough just to break our will as a nation. A lot of the boomer cons basically have the same worldview as leftists, and it's remarkable how so many boomer—
I guess to elaborate on that real quick, I don't think the consolidation of jobs by AI is a direct correlation to the plummeting birth rate, in part because corporations would be trying to cut costs on human labor, regardless of whether or not there was a birth rate going down situation. Like, the single biggest cost to almost any company is like human labor. So a company puts profit above all else. It makes perfect sense that they would do everything in their power to invest in a system that basically allows them to fire all of the human employees that work for them and then just basically have a money-making machine. You know? It's not going to work like that, obviously, but they all are sold that dream and that vision of that's how it works. And they want to be the first the first company to crack that code so they can effectively have infinite money. And if that sounds like a crazy pipe dream that'll never come to fruition, congratulations, you have critical thinking skills.
Conservatives in the Senate will openly not block the left on things like voter ID, not stopping immigration, or not taking wokeness seriously.
If you consume culture from the baby boomers were young, it is just insanely degenerate and short-sighted. I was listening to classic rock and heard the song Your Love, which is a guy bragging about cheating on his friend's girlfriend and just using her as a sex object. I love rock and roll, or Brown Sugar are about adults having sex with minors. Boomer culture had all of these lines like, too much is never enough, which is what a cancer says, as well as if it feels good, do it, or great is good. There was so much universal prosperity at the time that the baby boomers didn't even think about this. It was just the culture that they lived in. While they were totally certain that this would last forever, it was a new normal. There's a scene in the movie Animal House where they trashed their school's graduation ceremony for no reason while facing no consequences. This is beyond obvious if you watch culture from the time, and they'd even stated in intellectual or academic books written at the time. It's remarkable how staggeringly foolish, cruel, and arrogant it is. As a Zoomer, I'm deeply resentful that they have destroyed all of this prosperity, while it's unforgivable that they have the gall to pretend to be morally upright and hardworking. I can literally watch the things they said as youth where it was the exact opposite. Holy shit. What's so funny to me? The idea that, like, well, I see people in these news clips from the 1970s saying one thing, but now I see old people saying another thing. Clearly, they must all be the same person and therefore full of shit. And it's just like, well, you're not talking to the same person, first of all. Second of all, Animal House wasn't a fucking documentary, dog. It was a feel-good comedy. Number 3, yeah, it was fucked up that a lot of rock and roll songs talked about having sex with children. That was pretty fucked up. And it was also really fucked up that for a very long time, even up through and including my lifetime, adult men have fetishized children. I do want to point out, for the umpteenth time, that the most visited Reddit subreddit for the longest time was r/jailbait, a subreddit dedicated to posting sexy pictures and videos of underage girls. That was one of the most visited places on Reddit for years. I want to point out that when I was a teenager, they had countdown clocks for when different child actresses would hit the age of 18. It's pretty fucked up. It's pretty messed up. Or, hey, you don't even have to go that deep. You can look at, like, the plot of How I Met Your Mother and how one of the characters his defining character trait is hooking up with 18-year-old girls, which is pretty weird. You know, now that I'm the same age as the people in that show at the time, pretty fucking weird if I knew a 30-plus-year-old man trying to hook up with 18-year-olds. That's really fucking gross. But it's incredible how common a lot of this was. And I will agree with Rudyard on that point. Critical agreement. All right. But I also do think it's very funny that he's anti rock and roll music, just generally, because a lot of it isn't, in fact, about having sex with children. Just as an FYI, if you've never listened to rock and roll music in your lives, it's not. It's not all about having sex with children.
I think the baby boomers got offered the deal when they were young that they'd never have to inconvenience themselves in the slightest for the greater good, and they pulled out that promise for the young. When I was growing up, the main messaging was abuse from the left for my skin and genitals, so we never got offered that post-war deal. Now the
What?
For my skin and genitals, so we never got offered that post-war deal.
I'm sorry.
Promise for the young. When I was growing up, the main messaging was abuse from the left for my skin and genitals. So
when you were growing up, the main abuse from the left was that you were white and a man. What the fuck are you talking about?
we never got offered that post-war deal. Now the boomers are trying to pretend that they've always been good, upright Victorians.
So, oh my god, another text wall, dude. Another text wall. God. Oh, DU3VV, I can guarantee you AI is not a component of making our lives better 30 years from now. Why does this guy... Wait, why does it sound like this guy is blaming leftist baby boomers for his issues? Because he's delusional. I find the gaslighting involved here as reprehensible as the actual actions. The baby boomers clearly did betray their own societies, but if they were only willing to acknowledge the issues the society had, that would make things so much easier for the people trying to fix this. What the regime is doing is trying to argue that the world hasn't changed at all since 2008, being totally unwilling to even accept that any of the changes since are real. The thing is that as a 24-year-old, I've never experienced the world that they claim is still here. My lived experience is reflective of things they won't acknowledge at all. The boomers seem to be trying to keep the society on life support until they die so they won't have to worry about it, not thinking at all about the people who die soon. In a society as weak and conformist as ours, what this does is trap the entire society in a state of confusion and ennui. People are willing to deny or cope about the serious issues since the regime won't acknowledge them. This creates a truly enormous amount of mental illness since most people need the society and their elites to tell them the truth to orient their lives. Most people live in groups who need shared consensus reality to start families, companies, make art, or anything. What the boomers have done here is radically hobble everyone else's attempts to maintain sanity and fix these underlying issues since they're too lazy to admit it all. It's just like, what? This is the most black, like, if I had to devastatingly critique this text wall, it would be that this would be completely in keeping with like a 12-year-old's post on Tumblr. Their first post about how, you know, the world is politically screwed and why even bother. Like, this would just be like Babby's first political post.
They can turn the young into slaves. It's disgusting, and they seem totally willing to let their country die.
I would also just like to point out that the conservative baby boomers that are in power right now, yes, they would like young people to be slaves. It's why they support the prison industrial complex. It's why they support the concentration camps.
Before they even acknowledge what's going on. At the same time, much of the right-wing youth are super feminine. It's disgusting to watch where they engage in all of this victim behavior. This is not a manly or virile way to live.
The only trouble with calling it black pill content is that he probably believes the left has a pill that turns you black.
No, Sake, you might be right. Okay, first of all, can we get this on the soundboard? Can we get this on the soundboard, please?
Much of the right-wing youth are super feminine. It's disgusting to watch where they engage in all of this victim behavior. This is not a manly or virile way to live.
This is not a manly or virile way to live. We need it on the soundboard. This is not a manly or virile way to live. That sounds like such a fucking, like, ridiculous quote. I love that he says it and that it switches over to this screen in particular, which is like watching, like, genuinely like watching a scene out of the film Looper. Like, they're both looking confused at each other in the same way. Are we sure? Are we sure that Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson aren't the same man? Just in different time spaces?
Going back over the last few years, it's really remarkable how much.
I also, can we just like take a moment to talk about how he's critiquing the femininity of victim behavior after he puts up 2 giant ass text walls about how actually the reason everything's fucked up right now is it's all their fault. They victimized us. Like, and then talks about the fucking femininity of victimhood. Like, I can't. I'm dying. I'm dying, guys. My brain cells, they're huddling together for warmth, but like, holy shit.
In any way productive or helpful. If we hypothetically killed all of the Jews.
What the fuck? You know, when I talk about this guy engaging in Nazi esotericism, a lot of you guys sometimes think that I'm being like, I'm being hyperbolic about that. I'm not. But also, this just came out of fucking nowhere.
It would solve none of the issues I've just mentioned. Even if the Jews created them, which I don't think they did, they've evolved to become variables in their own right.
But like, the fact that you brought it up at all kind of indicates that you do think that a little bit.
That need to be fixed for what they are.
Oh my god. The reason I say that blaming the Marxist is much more plausible and reasonable than blaming the Jews is that if the death of the modern West was a murder, the Marxists are so obviously guilty. Let me use this examples. You know, I'm speechless.
He showed up to what he thinks is an ideological war so ill-prepared he can't even be bothered to edit out his own near-constant failures in pronouncing simple words. Al-C, have you seen the Onion's America documentary? It's perfect.
I haven't, but I've been intending to watch it.
This went from 0 to ludicrous speed faster than Colonel Sanders could pull the emergency brake.
It really, really did. Holy moly. Wow. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And Darkane, thank you very much for the $5 tip. Very much appreciated. Y'all make this show possible. Let's tackle yet another text wall. The Marxists have 1. A plan to commit the murder. Look to Yuri Bezmenov, Saul Alinsky, and Gramsci, to name a few, who all openly said they were engaging in Marxist cultural subversion to destroy Western civilization. What are you talking about? Also, I know it should be obvious, but I'm going to point it out anyway, which is that historically the Nazis accused their enemies of being was it Judeo-Bolsheviks? Essentially, they accused them of being Jewish Marxists who were undermining the Nazi Reich, right? And like here, he's just saying they're Marxists first and Jews second if they are Marxist. And it's just like, oh, okay. So you're just flipping the words and thinking nobody's gonna notice. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. 2. The gun. That being the Marxist control of the major bureaucratic institutions such as academia, news media, Hollywood, government, schools, etc. Oh my god. I've heard a lot of anti-Semites say that the Jews control Hollywood. I don't think I've ever heard anyone accuse Marxists of controlling Hollywood. Also, the news media is almost entirely captured by billionaires. Also, the schools aren't teaching Marxism. I know that because I went to a school and I was not taught Marxism. I was taught capitalism. I had 2 AP economics courses in high school. And you know what? We were not taught communism or Marxism. God. All right. Witnesses, generations of conservative thinkers who predicted this would happen in advanced. This would happen in advanced. Dude, he can't even be bothered to like spell check his own shit. Such as James Burnham, Thomas Sowell, Buchanan, etc. Okay, dog. Unironically referencing Thomas Sowell is embarrassing as fuck. A track record of cultural murders in practically every continent, including China, Russia, Cuba, and the softer socialist variants, the European continent. But Scandinavia is doing pretty okay, my dude.
Unrelated, but John Oliver on General Hospital is glorious.
Oh, I would love to play this. I'm gonna watch it after stream is done. But I know that I'm gonna get clapped if I show that. But Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you. And let's dive back into this. Also, just as a FYI, socialism is worker control of the means of production, and China, Russia, Cuba, and the socialist variants in Europe don't really do that. Also, Nocturnal 8999. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Redeeming some of YouTube's honor in the face of Sake Tanuki's onslaught. Who's Thomas Sowell? Thomas Sowell is a go-to academic for conservatives, in part because basically Thomas Sowell's been writing books his entire life. He's old as dirt. But he's an African American who basically says that African Americans had it better under Jim Crow, and also that the civil rights movement was a mistake. And he has a lot of books that are published, but as an academic, he doesn't get his books peer reviewed, which I think is interesting. But I would not consider him with a lot of credibility. I would say. Also, Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Putting up a good fight. Let's go. Yeah, yeah, you guys are mixing up Ben Carson and Thomas Sowell. All right, here you go. Confession. The leftists involved openly say that they're Marxist. Cite Marx as an author as say their goal is the death of Western civilization. If this was also just real quick, okay, in case folks don't know this, socialist and communist goal is not the death of any civilization. Like there is no goal to wipe out Western civilization. But the goal is to switch one economic system to a different economic system. And that would entail some changes taking place, but it ultimately isn't the death of civilization by any means. And also, again, the idea that, like, to the extent that a civilization exists on the exploitation of workers, yeah, maybe we should change some aspects of our civilization so that, we aren't exploiting, modern day slaves. Be pretty cool to live in a world where no one is a slave. It's the emancipation of humanity. Indeed, indeed. If this was a legal case, it would be the most airtight one of all time. Source: I'm a lawyer in my dreams. Odin came to me and told me I was one. I passed the dream bar and everything. This was not done. Wait, I'm sorry. This was not done mostly by Jews with Marxist takeovers occurring in places like Latam, Africa, or East Asia that have none. Statistically, the death of the West was mostly done by white people, often women or Calvinist descendants. Dog. We're getting, guys, we're getting like Protestant schism tier critiques. Holy shit, Calvinist descendants. I was about to say this broski talks about leftists like tape bros talk about women. Oh, don't you worry, he hates women too. Don't worry about that. He holds a lot of women in disdain. God damn. Also, for those of you who aren't entirely sure about what Calvinism is, unfortunately, it doesn't, it doesn't relate to Calvin and Hobbes, a delightful comic strip by Bill Watterson that everyone should enjoy of any age. But it does, however, refer to John Calvin, who, was a guy in the 1500s who thought, hey, what if God decides basically everything from the very get-go, and everything is already destined? So that's a lot of people said, huh, that's an idea. And then a lot of people said, no, we have free will, and then they fought about it a lot. And so when he talks about Calvinist descendants, he's talking about basically the result of this particular schism. And it's very strange to see pop up here.
Blaming the Marxists would make a lot more sense here, but really, these are issues that need work to fix.
Talk about women.
Yes, there we go.
They need to be taken seriously, and it's even more gross that there are plenty of young men who would be happy to fix them were not
What a text wall. Great, you've blamed Israel. What do we do next so we don't all fucking die? I mean, presumably pressure Israel into stopping its wars of aggression and, stopping its genocidal policies.
All of the young right-wing men are this feminine, but they've been blocked from any social mobility by the left. Part of the age of the last men
I love this idea that all right-wing men are actually super feminine now, according to this guy.
is undercutting anyone with agency or drive, so we can all drown in the behavioral sink together. It's insane that the only thing the digital youth right seem to care about is the most obnoxious and retarded status games. They constantly take turns shitting on me, and I am one of the very few people who could actually help them. Their top criticism.
The level of delusion on display here is genuinely inspiring. I'm one of the few people who could actually help them, but instead they all call me a crazy nerd and throw their poo at me. It's just like, well, have you considered not being a crazy, hateful loon? That might help you a little bit. He's so humble and self-aware. Yeah.
Of me are that I'm ugly, autistic, and a loser who's not right-wing enough. None of
Dog, you don't have to put this in the video. You could have cut this. It does make you look good. Also, you're very right wing. I actually have no idea in what capacity you could be lacking in right wingness to these people.
That's even true, which means they're really just dumb and spoiled children squawking to make noise. None of this is useful either, and will.
Oh dear. This I love, by the way, that this entire video is supposed to be explaining why the Civil War hasn't happened yet. And so far, the reasons that we have are because cell phones are actually drugs, and they have lulled the iPad baby generation of Gen Z into complacency, so they're not willing to go into civil war. But also, it's because all of the conservative young men are actually feminized already. They just don't even know it yet. It's like a Fist of the North Star scene, except instead of everyone exploding into guts and entrails, they explode into beautiful ladies.
Just allow the left to totally.
Oh god, sorry. The thing I can't forgive about this digital culture of being a petty bitch attacking people in status games for not being attractive or hot enough is that it's just unilaterally negative and antisocial. It reminds me of how one of my friends had his girlfriend post that he was bad in bed online. That sort of thing is the social equivalent of vandalism or theft. This isn't helpful and is in fact the exact opposite, where it totally destroys our social cohesion or seriousness as a movement. It stops anyone from being able to organize or solve issues and makes the youth right appear completely intolerable.
Build enough houses to house almost his insecurities.
I know. Soon his mansion will be complete. His mansion of madness. This isn't helpful, and in fact, the exact opposite, where it totally destroys our social cohesion or seriousness as a movement. It stops anyone from being able to organize or solve issues and makes the youth right appear completely intolerable to older, responsible people who could help us. Also, why is being hot a requirement for intellectual or political figures? That's so staggeringly insane, and people in the 20th century would see that as raw idiocracy and totally petty plus shallow. I'm not ugly, but even if I was, that would be a totally nonsensical criticism of me, since what I do doesn't require me to be hot. But nobody's saying that's a requirement, number one. And number two, the youth right is completely intolerable because they're hateful bigots. Like, this is the other thing, which is that I never feel compelled to attack What If Autist on the basis of his appearance, largely because why bother going after that when I have such a rich array of targets in front of me dedicated to his ideas, which are uniformly terrible in an almost fractal-like way. Like, I am perfectly content exploring the bigotry of his ideas and making fun of him for how intolerably stupid and vacuous they are. But yeah, sucks that people make fun of him for being ugly too.
Really destroy society. They clearly have no masculine role models in their life who would show them how to lead, organize, and develop coherent ideas. They
Yeah. You know, because the MAGA movement has a lot of figures that are willing to teach young men how to lead and be courteous and, you know, be a good person. Oh, wait. They don't? Oh, wait. They elected a guy who's an alleged rapist? Oh, wait. They elected the guy who is Jeffrey Epstein, the pedophile island guy's best friend for over a decade? Oh, wait, they elected the guy who went on radio and said publicly with his whole chest that he loved walking in on undressed children in his beauty pageants? Oh. Huh. Like, wow. Oh, you mean the guy who is was found liable for sexual assault? Huh. You mean to tell me that guy's not a good role model for young men? Gee whiz. That's shocking.
are so weak I don't even take them seriously, since they will bend to any genuine right-wing authority that emerges because they've already done that so many times to various strong men. None of this makes sense unless you assort for one variable. In a rational, reasonable world that follows the rules that we have seen play out over all of human history, you would see people—
What rules? What rules have played out over all of human history? Please list them. You have so many text walls to offer us. I want to know the rules of human history. Please, I want to laugh at them so badly. Today has been a shit show of a politics news day, but like, I give me this one thing and I'll be happy.
panicking now. The right and the left would be able to watch all of these events occurring and start to realize that this is very, very bad. The fact that they haven't—
Is this Jordan Peterson? This is Gen Z Jordan Peterson.
means that their nervous systems aren't working. My friend Uberboyo has talked about how leftists have the part of their brain that assorts for threat detection.
Uberboyo? My friend Uberboyo. Looks like a music YouTuber? Oh, he's also super into Nietzsche and Carl Jung. Oh god, oh god, guys, the entire generation when Jordan Peterson started writing about like make your bed and started doing his lectures and started getting big, the children who found his lectures and didn't understand anything that he was talking about and thought he was being real big thinky brain smart, they're all becoming adults now. They've all been trained wrong as a joke. And I think this guy is one of them.
Turned off. I have PTSD, so the exact opposite thing happened to me, which is why I find these people completely incomprehensible. When I realize that these people are pure materialists who can only think through terms of what they can see or touch. It horrified me. I assumed that everyone was capable of looking at the statistical trends or the news, then adding up everything going on to see that this was a very bad situation that just hasn't hit a critical threshold yet. That's always how these historic crises work, where things are stable until they're not, and then they
Wow, what a great observation. Things are stable until they're not. Yeah. Yep. I just... He's also really hung up on the idea that, like, some people believe that material reality is all there is and that there isn't, like, a spirit realm. He's really upset that people don't believe in a spirit realm sometimes.
the shadow comes pouring out. However, we've never taught people how to think rationally, where most people, and this is exacerbated by the internet, only think through social approval. They also only think in things they can physically see. It then clicked. If I wasn't capable of abstract thought and I only pieced things together from what I saw, then this reality would appear invincible. Things just work for most people, and they have no concept about why or how they work.
That's not what believing in a material reality means. Like, you can believe in material reality and still understand cause and effect because cause and effect happens in material reality. What are you talking about? They have people who believe in material reality can't understand why or how things work. Of course they can. It's the entire basis of fucking science.
I then realized that most people see the system of industrial civilization as a sort of god that just works. Questioning it is stupid, since of course it works, and it's even disloyal. That made me realize that we're totally fucked, since the people involved physically cannot understand what I'm trying to convey, since they can't process.
They physically can't understand it. Because this guy's a eugenicist and he thinks genuinely that the reason people can't understand what he's saying, it couldn't possibly be that what he's saying is flawed. It couldn't possibly be that what he's saying is nonsensical. It must actually be that they physically lack the capability of understanding his words. Oh, baby. Yeah, Lucy Hayes, exactly. Whomst among us on the left has not been taught to never question anything? God. Before I found Jordan Peterson, I thought Chaos Dragons were cool. Now I realize they're like women or something. I don't know. It's hard to follow. Okay, but real quick, Chaos Dragons are cool. Put them in your D&D games, you cowards. Right?
Things they can't see. I looked it up, and only about a quarter of the population processes the world in abstract concepts. That made me realize that everyone...
Citation needed. Only about a quarter of the world processes things in abstract concepts. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not true. Like, you need to have abstract concepts in order to function in a human society. If you are incapable of actually having, like, abstract thought, you're basically, like, stuck at being a baby. Because abstract thought is what makes all of our higher order skills possible.
Will just walk into Mouse Utopia without lifting a finger, since only when Mouse Utopia hits a tipping point will they realize how bad it is, and it will already be too late by that point.
We also, just as an FYI, if you needed another hole to poke into this, human beings have a lot more agency than the mice inserted into Mice Utopia. Now, a question I see being asked here, what the fuck is Mouse Utopia? I actually have an entire video going over what this guy thinks Mouse Utopia is. I highly encourage you guys to check that out. But basically, it was a series of experiments run by a guy who had a lot of mental issues. And basically, he came to the conclusion that if you put a bunch of a bunch of lab mice into what he called ideal conditions and then allowed their societies to progress, eventually they would become too cramped, hit a point of no return on their population, and then that population would crash until they were all dead. And he's saying that human beings are trapped in a large scale mouse utopia and that we are currently collapsing into our own destruction, right? And it's a very obviously flawed experiment in a number of different ways. One of the number one ways is that it's never been replicated, which is not great. And number two is that, hey, it turns out when you just have a bunch of rats in an enclosed space, eventually the rat population hits a critical mass where they are actually like overcrowded. And at the point you achieve overcrowding, that's when like behavioral problems start erupting, along with, by the way, massive amounts of inbreeding. So, you know, like that, those two factors, as generations of mice progress, become quite, impactful. So, I hope that even if you were to say human being minds are exactly like rat minds, I think it would be pretty obvious to understand that, oh, wait, we're not confined in like a plastic jungle. We could actually just like go and make new communities. We can expand. We can like build new things in our cities. We can do all kinds of things to accommodate our population. It's not actually like that at all. And oh, wait, human beings are actually much more complicated and have much more social flexibility than mice. Oh, that's crazy. Sounds like eugenics. Well, this guy is a eugenicist, so it does make sense.
By that threshold, they'll have already built their entire identity around the system working and will have no other frame. At that point, they'll either give up or they'll die. This is all exactly what happens in the Mouse Utopia experiment. Calhoun calls it the first death, when the mice lose their soul and inner life before they start killing one another.
Yeah, again, there's another problem with this experiment. Huge amounts of anthropomorphization going on here. It's a very Dr. Softhole situation where Calhoun attributed an awful lot of human characteristics and qualities that he just kind of assumed mice were experiencing, and then pasted on like a human equivalent of what he thought the mice were experiencing. It's not science. It's very much not applicable to really anything because, again, it's also never been replicated.
Stop processing their environment and become empty. Their nervous systems stop working. I have a term.
Did mice auto-destruct because of wokeness? That is actually his argument, yes. They became too gay and degenerate in his argument to survive. And so, because of the mice becoming woke, their civilization died. That is his argument, yeah.
Term called the frost, which is the force of social alienation, which causes people's nervous systems to stop working in Mouse Utopia. Keep in mind that society mediates us a lot more than—
This is what, my brain is breaking hearing him say, this is what causes—
we thinking in Mouse Utopia. Keep in mind that society people's nervous systems to stop working in Mouse Utopia.
This is what causes people's nervous systems to stop working in Mouse Utopia. We've never seen Mouse Utopia done with people. Yeah, the mice had social media. Did the mice have the internet? Time for us to run the Calhoun experiments again.
Keep in mind that society mediates us a lot more than we think. So when the other people around us stop mirroring complex emotions, we stop feeling them. Throw on top of this digital addiction, and Mouse Utopia is literally shutting off our ability to be human or feel on a basic level. We need constant stimuli from people around us so that we can be happy, horny, patriotic, or curious, since those
Happy, horny, loving of America. They're all the same, you know? They're all the same. You just don't understand, chat. You're not operating on my level. Also, Anime Sidekick Gal, I don't know why it didn't read your dono, but thank you for the $10 super chat. So, like, the Lemmings players pressed the Armageddon and they all just exploded like confetti? Yes. Bingo. You got it.
things don't really belong to us as individuals, but are archetypes we get from our surroundings. The conclusion I came to is that most people today are not functionally awake. That's the only way to explain their behavior up.
Most people aren't functionally awake, you say? So you're saying they need to get woke because they're all asleep. You know, I'm starting to get a little bit broken here. I don't know, I don't understand what's happening now.
Go woke, go
No,
broke, go woke, go broke, go
I don't
woke,
get
go
it.
broke, go woke,
No,
go broke, go woke, go broke,
no.
go woke, go broke, go woke, go broke.
Did he just lament about how people aren't woke? Yeah, unironically.
To this point. As I'll say further on, it's even more exacerbated on a macro social or political level. The reason that we're willing to do all of these really dumb maneuvers is there's not really anything behind the eyes making decisions. They've offshored their ability to think to the algorithm and social conformity. That's why the other side comes across as deeply mentally ill, since they are, where the only thing that's mediated
Oh, okay. That's why they come across as mentally ill. They are. All the people you dislike, they are mentally ill. Like, that's crazy, dog. That's crazy. Oh my, you know what? I don't blame any of my haters. They're all mentally ill. That's essentially what he just said there. That's crazy. But also makes perfect sense for a eugenicist to say. You know?
their behavior is the hive mind. I've developed my own system to avoid.
Wait, it's Shifty's birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Shifty D7S. Happy birthday to you and many more. Happy birthday.
This, which I'm going to make a video about soon. Don't worry, I'm here for you and I'm not going to go away soon. What this means is that people are too far gone to be able to realize what's happening or to stop Mouse Utopia. The first death is over. Time for the second. Part 3, the total failure of authority. The core thing that stopped us from having a civil war was the failure of the ties that
God, there are still like 15 minutes of this left. I'm dying.
Stretch from authority to people. There has been a complete severing between the leadership class and the population, thus destroying the ability for any group to be able to militarily organize on a large scale. The Israel
Why no read? Why isn't it reading the Nani the fuck? Nani the fuck, why isn't it reading indeed? I don't know why.
Israel-Gaza war was really important here, where it shattered the coalitions both inside the right and the left. I only realized this looking backwards, since the war never really mattered much to me, but it was the defining event of digital politics for years, frying almost every public figure on the topic. The right is divided between the anti-Semites and the boomer cons, while moderates are sidelined. The reality here is that the mob doesn't want to solve problems, but likes to destroy people, and the Israel-Gaza war was a convenient tool for that, because it's too far away to actually implicate us in being responsible for it, but as a
What? What? Dog. Like, it couldn't be that people have a moral objection to genocide. And it couldn't be that people recognize the actions, the foreign policy actions of the United States of America as playing a key role in the unfolding of that genocide. It couldn't be that. No, 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 no. Also, it's me, Bingo. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. I'm once again confused at why the audio is not working. Are you happy, horny, and patriotic today? The fascists are. It's me, Bingo. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Emotionally loaded enough that it can be a useful tool to destroy your rivals. The mob's main desire is the destruction of people, including its own heroes. Mouse Utopia is crabs in the bucket or mate suppression on an industrial scale, so it tracks with everything else we know. For example, if Trump were to
God, mate suppression is such a cursed fucking term. Just absolutely cursed.
Start a war with the left, it's unclear if the right-wing young men would fight for him. The same holds for the DNC and the rabid leftist youth. Every other social authority has failed. Churches have failed at attracting the type of young men who could fight, and the same thing as all of the other public figures. There is literally no cause or organization that could convince people to fight for them, since all the leadership have totally betrayed the young people, leaving them with nothing.
I mean, yeah, that's assuming that people are only going to respond to the upper echelons of leadership in the Democratic Party, you know.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Yeah, people aren't going to go to war for Chuck Schumer, but like they might go to war for Zoran Mamdani. You know, like people like the folks who are fighting for him, and like that's obvious when it comes to the people power that different political figures are able to marshal, right? And so it's like the idea that, oh well, young people wouldn't fight for Chuck Schumer. Yeah, but you can't think of it that way, because like you're gonna have a bunch of people who fight for Zoran Mamdani. You're gonna have a bunch of people who fight for, you know, like AOC or Malat Kiros. You're gonna have like people willing to throw the fuck down for those people, and like it's because they believe in them, right? I don't see anything like that on the right, outside of like people who are fucking weird about Trump.
No work, housing, mate, friends, nation, or belief structure. I was once talking to an older friend who said he didn't like how black-pilled young people are, and I told him young people literally have nothing to do or have rather than be black-pilled. The fact that the mainstream narrative won't acknowledge any of this on any level, still pretending we're in the 20th century, only makes sense through the lens of Mouse Utopia. Power is held together as much by the belief in power than by guns themselves. Even the most brutal regimes in history were only able to hold on to power by being able to appeal to a certain demographic of the population to maintain their right to rule. Saddam Hussein appealed to the Sunnis, and Hitler was popular among most Germans.
Well, that's that's not true. Number one, but also, yeah, people will often make appeals to religion in order to solidify their political power. Yes.
No military force can genuinely hold a population down if the entire public decides to resist. What the boomers have effectively done through eroding faith in the institutions.
Wait a minute. Did you just admit that power comes from the average toiling of everyday working people? That sounds downright Marxist of you.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
And any higher moral virtues, where the boomers have spent decades attacking patriotism, God, duty, honor, or manhood, is they've removed any force that will stop them from getting murdered in Mouse Utopia. In most industrialized countries, the population is about 90% urban, while around 80% of Americans live near major metropolitan areas. The left has spent years eroding the confidence of the police, so much so that if there were large riots and murders in major cities, that literally no one would stop them. There is nothing that stops mobs from burning down America's largest cities. If the mobs get too big, the police, in many cases, already have orders telling them to not fire on them, and
yeah. Because, what do you think makes protests angrier and bigger? What do you think causes an entire, like, block to come out of their homes ready to fucking fight cops? Oh, that's right. Spraying bullets into a crowd of protesters. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, yeah, they have orders not to fire so that they don't foment a fucking riot that turns into a revolution.
they're going to give up since the apparatus of law, which is often controlled by the left, will not defend them. It's only a matter of time until a mob realizes.
Can I just say, like, him talking about how the leftist mobs are so violent, well, you have an entire crowd of people marching with their hands up saying, "Hands up, don't shoot." Like, fuck, man. There's like not understanding the material, and then there's whatever this is. Like, you'd think at some point in editing, he'd just be like, maybe not this clip.
This, and America, or the world in general, is a deeply unequal and unhappy.
Yes, also, bro is trying to say that the, proletariat in America controls the American court system and jurisprudence.
Place. This type of agitation is also a form of social organization that can translate over from the internet very easily, since the internet already makes huge hateful mobs. We can see that this has already occurred in recent years, where enormous left-wing mobs have already launched secession movements in.
Holy shit, dog. He's talking about the Chaz. He's talking about the Chaz. The Chaz in Seattle. Do you guys remember the Chaz? Back in 2020? That's right. Guys, when they declared like a couple blocks like at the Chaz autonomous zone, the Capitol Hill autonomous zone. Oh god, it originally covered 2 intersections. Wowee. Clearly, a nation capable of challenging the hegemony of the United States of America.
Major cities multiple times. Well, nearly every major American city has already had leftist politically motivated mobs.
Oh my god, I love this idea. I love this idea that this guy is like, anytime a No Kings protest rolls around, this guy is like cowering inside of his home thinking it's the beginning of the race war that he's been predicting. And meanwhile, it's just a bunch of like old grandmas like dancing on the street with like people in frog costumes. Literally, I did that last time I went out to protest in my frog costume. I danced with like an 80-year-old man who is standing on the street corner from a nearby nursing home. And this guy is just like, they're all riots, you know. Fuck, these are the biggest piss babies on the planet. Republicans are cowards, dog.
American city has already had leftist politically motivated mobs. The leftists...
Those mobs... Here. Wait, I need a... Here we go. Oh no! Look at all these mobsters in New York City! Oh no! Look at all these mobsters rioting in the streets, you filthy, filthy mobsters. This is crazy. Do you still have the outfit? Of course I have the outfit.
Spent years eroding the loyalty and discipline of the military, especially so through putting leftists in positions of authority. Wokeness is totally at odds with military life or values, so this causes social atomization or loss of faith in the military as an institution. The young people I've spoken to in the military have recently said that it's deeply demoralized and mentally ill. The government has not done a good job of keeping the soldiers in good morale and motivated. They're young men who are the most abused demographic in the country. This makes it...
Yes. Young men, the most abused demographic in the country. Well, yeah, when you join the fucking military, you sign up to be abused. It's literally what your training is. Like, they are breaking you. It is designed to break you and make you obedient. But also, like, young men are not the most oppressed demographic in America. Men control most of the apparatuses of power in the country. Like, what are you talking about, dog? If you're talking about young men are being abused, the question I would posit would be, who's doing the abusing of young men? Because by and large, it's older men.
Hard for me to believe that if you told the military to fire on the mob in major American cities, that they would shoot their own countrymen to defend a regime that couldn't care less about them. It's also deeply unclear if the government wouldn't betray soldiers who were ordered to fire on the mob anyway. This is how revolutions like the Russian or French as examples have started. Once the ruling regime loses the loyalty of the military, who is unwilling to shoot on the mob, the bluff of centralized power totally collapses. The country is...
I love that in his world, it's just like, well, we need to accelerate things until, you know, the military is in a fucking shootout with civilians. It's just like, God, what the hell are you talking about? How did we get here?
Already barely holding together. Nothing works anymore. I'm refraining from a 2-minute rant about every single service I've tried to buy in the last few months that no longer works. Not a single industry that I know of in modern America is healthy or functional. They're all utterly dysfunctional, and it's not easy to solve because...
I'm so morbidly curious about what all these services he signed up for that no longer works are. I'm so curious. I want to know so bad. Ad, it's an ad. I don't think it's going to be an ad for something, though it would have been like a great lead into one.
because this is caused by very complex human factors that require an enormous cultural shift to fix. Fixing this requires pulling on things like religion, a comprehension of human nature, or moral values that our society has actively spent decades trying to crush. A huge part of Mouse Utopia is the society removing the traditions or skills that could stop it. The reason that our ancestors in practically every culture that has ever existed.
That's capitalism, not leftism. That's what I yell at the screen every single time we cover one of these. Every single time.
Has valued tradition in culture so much is that you have to train people for their entire lives to know how to operate in these complex cultural systems so you don't get this outcome. And you can't just flush your culture down the drain for a century and then be surprised when you see consequences like this.
What are you talking about, dog? What do you... Who flushed what down the drain? I'm dying, dog.
So aggravating that people just make shit up and that they espouse these theories that everyone else in history would think are utterly psychotic. And then when they have the consequences that would be...
Man, the only way you can think this is if you don't understand how other people at other times thought. You know? Like, oh yeah, all civilizations and all people at all times thought the same, except for the left right now because they're so degenerate. And it's just like, well, it's a lack of curiosity on your own part, both about the ideas on the left and also about the ideas espoused and held by different groups in different places across huge stretches of time. People have had very different ideas about things you take as for granted today. Like, on just about everything. So, like, shut the fuck up, have some humility, and, like, go learn some things. Because when you actually have questions in your heart and you go and follow those questions up and get more information, you can actually learn some really cool new things. Allow yourself to be curious and follow that curiosity.
Totally self-evident if they were operating within a sane cultural frame. They're totally shocked. The fundamental reality is that we have brought this on ourselves, and we totally deserve what we're about to get. The food where I live...
Wait, is it a civil war? Are we about to get a civil war? Is that what we deserve?
In Texas now is utterly disgusting. It's getting to be a majority of the food in grocery stores, and everywhere I go, the food is bad. It's disgusting where I've thrown up so many times, and I've had my stomach go sick. As I
What, dog? Go to a doctor. What are you doing? Dog, go to a doctor.
Record this, my right-hand man is currently sick due to food poisoning.
What does that mean? Who is your right-hand man? That's such a... What does that mean? Is this just a man you live with? Like, is it like a employee? Who are you talking about? Why do you guys keep getting sick from food poisoning? Please, please just... I'm so concerned.
At this point, I test everything I eat where I'll take a bite and then wait 5 minutes.
Waiting 5 minutes isn't going to help you if you're getting food poisoning. Food poisoning can occur anytime between taking the first bite and like 48 hours. What? Dog, are you just like drinking like raw milk? Are you just like eating mayo right out of the jar that's been open for like the last year? Like, what are you doing that is getting you sick like this? Let me tell you about bacteria and viruses, son.
reason that people don't notice is that they eat quickly, and the corporations use chemicals to mask the taste. The frost is already eroding their sense of taste. My mom thought this would happen when I was a child, and so she would train me on tasting different levels of food quality. She would give me artisanal German beer as a teen, and she said that it was so that the college beers would be too disgusting for me to drink them. Most people's gut bacteria adjusts to
What? Your mom got you drunk on beers as a teen?
the rotting food, which is really a symbol for all of this. My dad flew down to Texas, and he said he didn't believe me until he saw this food, but it was the most disgusting he had ever seen in the world.
Then go to better restaurants, you stupid bitch. Like we go to this restaurant every Friday. Its food is terrible. Go to a different place. No, this is the one that I'm familiar with. Like, come on, dog. I've been to Texas. I know not all the food in Texas is bad. I know that for a fact. But like, dude, you know, it's kind of on you. Like, learn how to cook in a way that isn't going to give you food poisoning. Like, even if you guys, and this applies to all of you, okay? Learn how to cook some goddamn rice and beans, all right? If you've never cooked anything before, learn how to cook rice and beans. You should be bare minimum able to make one good bean and rice dish, okay? Something that tastes good, not just something that's like you can eat, something that actually tastes good, all right? And like, teach yourself that so that no matter what happens, you guys can eat good all the time. All right? Because there's no reason this man should just be constantly like throwing up and shitting himself at the age of 24 when he lives in Texas and he's wealthy. Like, this is entirely self-inflicted. I don't like beans. Figure out a way to make beans that like are good. My entry to beans was refried beans, which have the exact nutritional value of normal beans. They just have a different texture.
The reason that the food is bad is pure mouse utopia.
Lentils are good too. I've been told this. My next cooking task is going to be incorporating lentils into a sauce.
That the government regulations shut down free farmers, making it exorbitantly expensive to become a new farmer. This means that most farmers now are old and retiring, with no new generation to replace them. America is in the middle of a huge beef shortage, where we have less total cows than 1961, when we had about half the population we currently do. I was talking to a local butcher who told me that due to this,
you do know we sell a lot of our beef as an export. He doesn't know that. I don't know why I asked that. I of course he doesn't know that.
Shortage, we're importing beef from Latin America, including countries like Peru, Guatemala, or Venezuela that have little to no quality control.
They literally have better quality meat than US cows. Other countries have better husbandry standards than the United States.
That's why so much of the meat is disgusting now. It feels deeply unfair that this is occurring.
Dog, go buy better meat. Go to a fucking butcher shop. Your problem is you aren't getting like quality cuts of meat. Go buy better cuts of meat. You can't, by the way, like, you could also just, again, butcher shops aren't even that expensive. It's just another stop for you to make, which makes it time intensive, but like, you can get good meat for relatively cheap. And like, this whole doomsaying because the food area you live in Texas sucks and you can't cook, like, that's a skill issue, bro. That's a skill issue for you.
In a first world country.
Oh, you could also go vegan. That's true.
which is wealthy enough to fix this immediately. The fact that something this bad, this big is happening, and no one is reporting on it should be the canary in the coal mine that the entire system is really bad, but the authorities are covering it up. The number
Oh man, we've got a big cow conspiracy. I gotta be honest, I didn't see where this was going.
Number one thing the system should provide is good food. The American food system is also hyper-centralized, supposedly for regulatory reasons, but other countries, including wealthy first world European ones, don't have this, which proves that this is really about power. The centralization of food processes.
It's not about power, it's capitalism. It is the pursuit of profit. Europe regulates its animal industries quite strictly. America does not. And it doesn't do that specifically because of lobbying by these multinational corporations that seek to, escape taxation.
And distributors mean that if a handful go bad, so does the entire country. Even the canned food is bad now, which is a really bad sign. Another thing is that the food industry is largely
Even the canned food is bad right now? Rudyard, did you get botulism? I know it's rare, but like, did you get botulism, my guy? Is that why you've been pissing and shitting so much? Like, I've never heard of anyone talking about the quality of canned food going down. Canned food equals mass utopia. Of course. It all makes sense now.
Of course!
Staffed by illiterate illegal migrants who might not even understand what they're doing and have no stake in the society or the quality of their work.
Undocumented immigrants might not have an idea of what they're doing when they're working on a farm. I'm pretty sure they have farms in other places. Classic racism, indeed.
Assume that when someone does a job that's very clearly incorrect, where, as an example, my packages often don't arrive now from the mail. If you zoom out on a broader national level, it's the
My packages don't arrive that often now because of the thieves. Clearly, this is related to undocumented immigrants.
same failures. The US government is in deadlock. We were already in a bad place where the right and the left were constantly fighting over the US government beforehand. State governments going against the federal authority, government departments going against Trump, and the Senate constantly fighting over politics while not solving anything. Trump has already sent soldiers to stabilize left-wing cities against him multiple times for rioting. We're starting
Dog, as someone in Minneapolis, let me just tell you, it's fucking ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Oh yeah, no. The National Guard was needed to stabilize those cities. No, they weren't needed at all. The protests were non-violent. Like honestly, shockingly non-violent. But no. You know, like, guys, if it weren't for the National Guard, America would have ripped itself apart by now. The blue cities would have ripped themselves apart.
a Middle Eastern war that's unpopular with both the left and a lot of the right, which will create a crisis of legitimacy. This war will not be solved cleanly or easily, which means it will keep compounding, while it would not surprise me if America sends ground troops to open up the Straits of Hormuz. There are a few very serious dangers here. For one, the left has already been filibustering any decision.
Yeah, dog, let's put boots on the ground in the country that has one of the largest standing armies in the world. Iran has one of the largest standing armies in the world. That'll go well. Boots on the ground. Secure Hormuz.
In the Senate until Trump backs down.
Wait a minute. A cowspiracy? Hormuz? Guys, it's all coming together.
Of course!
Now there's only one thing that's missing.
Space!
On using ICE to deport illegal immigrants. That's not going to happen since it's the key platform he ran on. The left is also shutting down changes due to the Iran war. Trump is asking for billions of dollars to be sent for this Iran war, while the US is already in some of the worst debt of any era ever in human history. There is no...
Wait, he's punking us.
Now it's reading.
This is one of his alphists S.
Yeah, this is one of his alt hisses. It's true. Unfortunately, he went too deep into the alt hists. And now everything is alt hist.
No chance we will ever be able to pay this off.
Okay, hats off to you. I'm a new subscriber and you go live like every night. I applaud your dedication. Thank you, Genetic Memory Farms. I go live every weekday. That's my goal. Every weeknight. Though Thursdays I do a second show earlier in the day called the Transatlantic Call-In Show. So sometimes on Thursdays I'm wiped from that first show and I skip the show on Thursday nights. But I'm trying to figure out a schedule where I can keep on doing the nightly show on Thursday too.
Off, and it will destroy our currency sooner or later. A budget crisis caused by a foreign war is what caused both the French Revolution and the English Civil War. As of now, the government...
Almost like the important part isn't necessarily a financial crisis started by a war, but instead the financial crisis. It's almost like financial crises under capitalism have some kind of socioeconomic effect as well. Almost like, when people become discontent with their material conditions, they might rise up to try and affect political change in order to rectify said material conditions.
Government shutdown that
kind of sounds like a problem with capitalism to me, but you know.
Occurred a few months ago hasn't actually been solved, where plenty of federal departments between the IRS, TSA, Air Traffic Control, the Postal Service, and the Department of Defense are not being paid. These are huge and necessary parts of the government. As of now, these are not going to be patched up, and the more Trump pushes for the war, the more he'll alienate coalitions that he could use to fix stuff like this. My predominant concern here is not the war in itself, but the downstream effects. For example, Iran has threatened...
Yeah, look, anime sidekick gal 100%. I honestly do not understand how someone this utterly clueless fool can speak with such confidence. This is literal comedy. Yeah, look, and this is what AI and large language models are trying to take from you, all right? It used to be that the realm of unearned confidence was entirely, possessed by these guys, these weird little guys, these weird fascist little guys who would just talk and talk and talk and, talk as if their word was the word of God. And, they'd expect, like a woman at a club who looked uncomfortable to nod along politely. But, like, AI's taking that from us, and we should never let AI put What If Alt Hist out of a job. God. Anyway. Yeah, this is What If Alt Hist. He is a Gen Z YouTuber that is being groomed as like one of the next generation of big conservative content creators.
And to cut off the Straits of Hormuz, which they surround on 3 sides, while 1/4 of the world's oil supply moves through it. Outside of North America, the price of oil has already skyrocketed. Oil is an inelastic commodity, which means that shifts like this cause huge downstream fluctuations in the price of oil. Oil is the bedrock of the entire global system, where if its price goes up, so does the price of everything. The food
Yeah, it's almost like, Donald Trump going to war with Iran was a bad idea.
system is totally dependent on oil prices, which means that the food issues I spoke about are about to get a lot worse. The global system is held together by a shared bluff, which the boomers don't realize how fragile it is, if and when it will all come crashing down. For example, every major country in the world has been going through the most egregious money printing event ever in human history since COVID. The reason it hasn't totally shattered their economies is that everyone
Wait a minute. So you're showing this graph, and this is the total amount of private credit, but this graph starts in the year 2000, and a lot of the money printing that we're seeing here, going up on this red line, that's China, and it really starts going up in like 2004, 2005, and then it just continues to go up for quite a while here. But then you start looking at like 2020 when COVID happened, and like, I'm not actually seeing these massive spikes that he's talking about. In fact, the United States has lower spending for private, or lower private credit than it did in 2008. Like, this is completely not proving what you're talking about.
is so complicit that it all equals out to a shared increase in water pressure. Western Europe and China are against the Iran war, and so if there's a severing of trust, that could destroy the global cartel maintaining this. The American dollar has been stretched to its limits by this money printing, and its confidence is held up by a bluff.
You're right. We must return. We must turn away from fiat currency and return to the real strength of the American dollar. And a lot of people don't realize that it wasn't built on gold, and the name was the clue the entire time. America's original currency. The American doll her. American girl doll her. That's right. We must return to the original arbiter of our currency value, which was the American Girl Doll Corporation and its meticulously fine-crafted dolls. How many Cindy's will that be? How many how many Shanes? Did you read the booklet that comes with her? If you did, this is worth at least 3 Stacys. If you didn't, it's only worth 1. Molly, my daughter.
Epstein and the elite being mass implicated in pedophilia is another variable here, which has caused a massive loss of faith in the ruling regime, which has not yet had serious consequences, but it likely will. Things that important don't lead to nothing. They just take time to work through sometimes. The baby boomers have built their entire right to rule around money and the economy. What happens when that fails? Money could be very
What happens when that fails is pretty straightforward. The people who continue to have money swoop in and buy up all of the rights to things, all of the property, all of the material goods. They buy them up for a song because they have all the money, and basically everyone else has to be spending their money and can't save it. So, like, in an economic depression, what happens is that wealth further consolidates into the hands of even fewer people. You know, it's how you get the world's first trillionaire, you know? But again, the problem here is capitalism, which has an inherent boom bust cycle.
very close to having no value, and in a world where money is the only thing left after the erasure of every moral value or loyalty, that then means total social collapse. It's really a wonder that the stock market has been stable ever since COVID, while most people have been living in a de facto Great Depression. It's due to manipulation and money printing. The stock market is literally broken since there aren't enough deviators from the group strategies to rebalance it. What happens to ecosystems like that when they haven't been stress tested against their environment is that they totally collapse when put under pressure. All of these things are connected to mean that even an emotional loss of faith in authority could mean a total collapse of civilization. What I've also found is that no country in the world is prepared or
I mean, like, to a certain extent, like, that's an inarguable premise, which is like, yeah, if everyone collectively stopped doing things because they didn't believe in the validity of, like, government or, you know, the economic system, yeah, everything would stop. You're right. If people stopped doing things, things certainly would stop.
equipped to deal with this. If you look at Europe or South America or Asia or Africa, all of the industrial countries are having the exact same issues, and all of their elites are complicit in not solving this. What they
Almost like capitalism is the problem.
This means is that when America, as the global hegemon, has a loss in confidence, it's going to spread everywhere else in the world. Keep in mind.
Yeah, because we're also the, like, lone superpower hegemon on the planet. Our like, everyone else is affected by our politics. It's so unfortunate that I host a show that is global in nature because so many people outside of the United States need to understand what's happening here. Otherwise, like, they just get blindsided by shit that we do here. Like, it sucks. We should be able to be irrelevant. I wish we were.
The final layer of
Is China a superpower? Not quite on par with the United States, but it's on track to be one.
Mouse utopia before the mass killings, with the turn from phase C to phase D, is total stagnation and fossilization. The mouse colony stops doing anything as the mice become spiritually dead and their actions totally hollow. Then, like a switch,
What does that mean? What does it mean for a mouse to have hollow actions? Like, he doesn't stop and explain anything that would have an obvious follow-up question.
the mice start murdering one another as they realize no one will stop them. I don't know how.
Who did the mice think were gonna stop them in the first place? Do the mice have secret little mice cops? On a little mice patrol? This is insane. You're insane posting right now.
Or when this will happen. I do know that nothing will stop it, and people will realize that at some
He has not been sanity maxing, chat. Spiking my fucking cortisol.
point. It could start next week for all I know. All we need is a crisis in confidence. Everything else in Mouse Utopia has already occurred except the layer where the mice murder each other. Expecting this to have any other outcome would be insane, while this entire trajectory has already occurred perfectly with what the Mouse Utopia experiment would say. I want to say as a final message that I'm still in the saddle and I'm willing to do whatever it takes so that we live through this. Peace, Rudyard Lynch.
God, that's so bad vibes. That's so bad vibes. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that we all live through this. Again, I do want to point out this this video is titled "Things Are Very Bad Now," and the thumbnail reads, "Why my Civil War prediction was delayed. The reality is far worse," which I guess is just the Civil War was delayed and now it's imminent, I guess. I'm looking forward to a third one, which is, you know, comes out 2 years from now. Why my Civil War prediction was delayed again and again. How does a mouse become spiritually dead? You know, excellent question. Maybe Rudyard's friends in the CIA can answer that for him. Who knows? That was nuts, dog. And I do have to say, when we hit our next goal, chat, he does have a fresh one out of the oven. The internet is driving us crazy. And again, just have to point out, there's no rhyme or reason to why words are capitalized or not capitalized in that title. So I fully expect some serious psychosis to be on display. So when we hit our next dono goal, we will be getting to it. So anyway, folks, if you got anything out of that, congratulations. Go take some aspirin. It's okay, probably. Not a medical doctor. And also, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about the wild twists and turns in that. I'm still trying to figure out why he brought up the hypothetical of destroying all Jewish people for no reason. That was still very weird. Anyway, folks, get organized, because unfortunately this guy is part of the organizing effort on the right. So, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help taking your first steps, join our Discord, !Discord, or I believe the links are down below. And reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly
You
for help
into
with your local
spicy
Dems.
stuff? I'm fermenting several kilos of super hot chilies, aka enough to decimate the average British town. Sauce is gonna be killer greater than laughing face.
Hell yeah, Twizzy. Thank you for the $5 dono, and I love spicy food. I love it a lot. I made a butter chicken tonight, and it is now one of my partner's favorite things for me to make, because it's so spicy. I go heavy on that Kashmiri pepper, you know? It's so tasty. Love it. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, folks. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Hell yeah. We did it. We did it. God, I'm looking forward. I love spicy stuff. Wow, that was a journey. He did say this is the first in a series. Yeah, he did. I once spoke to a girl in high school math class, asked about her punk buttons. She got offended and gave a snarky response. I haven't spoken to another woman in over 20 years. Thoughts? I think maybe just talking to, like, women would be a positive thing for you to do. Also, like, getting good at talking to people, it's like any other skill. You just have to keep doing it, you know? Like, you keep forcing yourself into those situations and practice. Make note of what works, make note of what doesn't, and, like, seek to improve, you know? Boo-ba-doo-boo-boo-boo-boo-doo. All right, folks. Appreciate all y'all. I'm going to hit the old dusty trail. And, folks, got anything out of this? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, click all the buttons. Consider supporting the show with your subs, your donos, your memberships, your super chats. You guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. Remember to click the goddamn button. Almost forgot to play it this stream. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn Hell yeah. Good night, everybody.
Rat is this. Normal rat's like this. That's a normal rat. 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 Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat. Normal rat's like this. That's 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 a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Point the wire, point the wire, point the wire, point the wire,